Mic test. Mic test. There we go. Hello, anyone watching this in the future? Today I will be placing even more stones in the end base. I plan to cover this up. Just this. Because I need to do that 4 more times. Because I have this platform and the one over there, which I've been working on, but I won't be starting on this yet. I still need to finish the walls over there. I've done the majority of the work already. But I still need to complete the final section over here of the wall. Then I will be roofing it off later. So today I will be finishing that. This whole bit here. And then I will try to finish that roofed off section over there. If you've seen some of my previous streams, this might look a little different. I decided to reduce the brightness from 100 to 25% because I think it looks nicer. You don't really get any of the shadow and lighting effects when you have it at 100%. So, and I really like how, like, I love old Minecraft videos. When I say old, I mean like 15, not 15, 14-year-old videos. Soon to be 15-year-old videos. Like, I love like beta Minecraft videos. And this is what the lighting in the game looked like at the time, if not even darker than this. So, like, in 100%, you don't see really barely any of this shadow. Like, there might be like small bits of it, but nothing like this. I'm not sure how much I will talk this time. Since I don't know, I'm doing this pretty early in the day. It's 2:11 p.m. right now. And I don't know when the Roomba's gonna go off. So I don't really want to record my audio when that thing starts going, if it hasn't already, which I'm sure it hasn't. I haven't memorized when it goes off. I would probably say 3, maybe 2:30, maybe 3:30, I don't know. But either way, it will probably start, you'll probably hear it eventually, and then for the like 20 minutes that thing is going off, I'm not going to be talking. So, that'll be funny. I also forgot to check what my controller battery is, so that might die. Which is unfortunate. I'm pretty sure it's a pretty good, though. It's a pretty good percentage, I think, because I sat around last night, like, mining cobblestone. Like, yesterday I finished, like, 2 days ago I finished the 2 side walls, like these, on that one over there. I finished this a long time ago. And then yesterday I finished the half that was finished over there of the longer wall. So today I'll finish the other half and then start working on this. Hopefully I can finish it. I don't know if I'll be able to, because I'll probably need to mine a lot more cobblestone. But I'll see how far I can get. So I have 3 double chests of stone. One of these should be good enough to complete the half of a wall over there. So then these other two will be going into that. I highly doubt that's enough. I might need to make one more double chest, at least. Basically, I use 6 iron pickaxes at a time and just sit here for a long time. Then I put them in these 20 furnaces. I already have lava buckets prepped. I put them in ahead of time so that another round of lava can fill up. So it's just like, so I don't do it last minute and then I have to wait longer. So usually, like, if I do that and then get the 20 stacks and then do it, then this is already probably done. So I can do 2 sets of 20, 40 stacks pretty back to back. So let's take a bunch of this. I can probably put some of this away. I'll put some of it in here. I don't need the sword, I'm not in the overworld. Since the last stream, the Mounts of Mayhem update came out, which added zombie horses to survival, finally. It only took them over 10 years. Probably like 13 years. They added spears to the game. They added zombies that can hold spears that I think can spawn by themselves and on zombie horses. The reason I say that is I have seen one zombie with a spear, not on a zombie horse. I was AFK at my iron farm because I need to go back to the overworld to collect a stack of iron blocks that I had sitting in there. I have multiple. I've used many of the stacks of iron blocks to fund the pickaxes I used for this project. And I said, you know, I'll AFK there for a few hours just to get a few more stacks of iron ingots. Which will eventually, once that fills up. Basically, I have a stack of iron, like, I have 2 double chests. Which have, like, well, it's 9 blocks across in each chest. So you have, like, roses, iron ingots, and string. And then roses, iron ingots, string, roses, iron ingots, string. The first chest has been converted instead of iron ingots to iron blocks. So I had, that used to be like 3 whole lines of purely iron blocks. In fact, I'll just go back there because, like, wait, I don't have, I could probably get more because I finished that steak. And then the other one is still iron ingots. And they're connected by a hopper. So I had a lot of iron blocks. Hundreds upon hundreds of iron blocks. Because I sat there AFK'd for like off and on for a few weeks, and then I eventually converted all the iron ingots I would get slowly into stacks of iron blocks. And I'll probably do that again later. You can see, so it would be like, this would be a row of iron blocks, this would be a row of iron blocks, so let's see, 1, 2, 3, so this would be a row of iron blocks, 1, 2, 3, this would be a row of iron blocks, and 1, 2, 3, this would be a row. So 3 rows of stacks of iron blocks. I don't use enchanted tools for this project. Because it's like, if I can just make iron pickaxes for free, practically, without any effort, I might as well just use those. Alright, I should have one of these be torches. I probably could have finished this off camera. Like, I thought about it, it's like, yeah, in the last stream I showed me starting to work on this, and I got up to about there before I ran out, because I only had like 2 double chests worth of stone, I think, instead of 3. But I was doing that whole thing, so that was like, that needed 2, so I don't think I even had 2 full double chests. So this is what I do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Then I slowly build up. I guess while nobody's here, I'll talk about some news and stuff that I saw today. So apparently, Fortnite's doing a Ninjago event, which makes sense because of LEGO Fortnite. And also, Ninjago becoming 15 next month. Which I have a post set up for that, because that was one of my favorite LEGO things ever. I was there for the beginning of that. Loved that theme. Even though I haven't really collected it. I haven't bought a new Ninjago set since probably like 2013. I've talked about this before. It's like, just like any LEGO theme, really, it was only meant to last about 2.5, 3 years. It's just, instead of just being a LEGO theme with maybe a tie-in comic, it had a TV show, which hadn't been done for, like, a proper TV show, which had not been done for a LEGO theme before. Like, sure, like, Hero Factory, which came out around the same time, had a semi-animated little series, but I think that was like only online, I believe. I could be wrong. Maybe it was like TV specials on like Cartoon Network. And Ninjago, not Ninjago, Bionicle had movies, and I did watch those as a kid as well. But I loved the Ninjago series. I watched it a lot. I watched like The Pitch on YouTube. I don't know if I watched that. I probably watched that around the time the series started, like in 2011. Basically in like 2008 or something, the creators of the show made a pitch to LEGO, and that eventually found its way onto YouTube, and I remember watching that. And I watched the TV show pilot episodes, and then I watched the proper series when that started. Okay. Okay, my brother just came home. I guess I forgot that he only left to go get a haircut. So, shouldn't be much of a problem though. Anyway, yeah, like some of the earliest, like I remember watching Ninjago set reviews as a kid, and I do have a few of those on, or in the my favorite videos playlist number one, which concludes stuff from early childhood to about 2 years ago is when I finally started to use the channel properly. Like, the funny thing is I didn't subscribe to any of the people I watched until like 2 years ago because I didn't actually sign into the YouTube channel like ever. I produced live streams and videos, but I did that through the PlayStation. I never logged on to the account on like my iPad or my phone. So so it's just really interesting. It's like, oh yeah, I've watched all these guys for like over 10 years and never subscribed because I was never logged in. I thought that was interesting. Like, it was also kind of funny because like I remember like a few years ago being like, I always hear about comments, but I've never been able to see them. And then I realized like, oh, the flipping comment button is right down there. If I click on it, I can actually read people's comments. Like, how did it take me over a decade to figure out that comments exist? Like, I thought that was weird. And it was at a sad time when I finally bothered to read comments of people's videos, because it was like a lot of those videos were probably going to be subject to I think COPPA, like COPA, which was the it was a big scare on YouTube a few years ago because basically I think in the US, why am I saying in the US? I live in the US. Anyway, it's just in particular to the US. There was this bill or law or whatever that was supposed to be put into effect a certain year related to children on the internet to a degree. Not like what's happening now in like the UK or Australia, where I think Australia a few days ago like officially stated that they are going to be getting rid of social media for people under the age of like 18 or something. Like, nothing like that. It was more like advertising related or something. It's like it would have been put into effect anyway, like 2 years or 3 years later, but some people complained enough like to push it forward, and I'm like, you couldn't wait a few more years? They were going to do it anyway. You were gonna get your wish. You just wanted them to do it quicker. So it's like, it was basically the reason it's like, oh, you need to set your channel to for kids or not for kids. But if if we deem it actually is for kids and you don't have it set to be that, then you will get fined or whatever, a good amount. And it was a big scare a few years ago. I think this is like 2019 or something. Which is like flipping ancient history now. That was like 6 years ago. But it's just kind of speaking of the Roomba. Yeah, maybe I should have waited to do this later. I'll let it run though. I'll come back to this in like 20 minutes. Wow, it actually made it home. I'm surprised. Just in time, too. Because I just finished this. Usually the Roomba can't find its way home, so it just continues to vacuum and then just dies somewhere, and we have to like retrieve it, probably like under the bed or something. Or just in the middle of some room. But it actually made it back. I'm surprised. That's funny that I, like, as soon as I place the last block, it makes it back. Convenient. I was just reminded that, I don't know if this has happened yet, but either Netflix is looking to buy Warner Brothers, or they have bought Warner Brothers in like a hostile takeover. Like, this has been happening for the last like few days. And I just thought about it. I'm like, that means if that happens, Netflix will own DC, they'll own like Looney Tunes, so many different things that Warner Brothers owns. And I was just like, that's ridiculous. It's insane. I don't know if that's happened yet. I forget who else was considering buying them, because there was some other company that was going to do it instead. Like, yeah, I think Warner Brothers announced like last year. I think they were like, "Oh yeah, we're not doing well. We're gonna sell. We're gonna like not declare bankruptcy, but it was like sell off our assets or whatever." I'm just like, what the heck? This company's been around for over a century. Yeah, so I needed a little more than one double chest. Yeah, so like everyone's wondering, like, is it from Mr. Sunday Movies? Who made the video that I just saw? Yeah, Mr. Sunday Movies. Will Netflix destroy Warner Brothers? That was posted, at least when it should have been recommended, 9 hours ago. So that's an interesting thing going on in the entertainment industry right now. It's like everybody's buying everybody right now. A few years ago, Disney bought Fox. Well, 20th Century Fox. Anyway, they didn't buy the news network because Disney has no interest in news. It'd be crazy if Disney owned a news network. I know they used to own ESPN, which is like not a sports news. I don't know, I'm not really big into sports. It's like a sports newscast. I don't know. Like commentating. That kind of stuff. I don't think they own that anymore. They might. I don't think they do. Yeah, well, actually, no, I don't need to grab. I'll grab more torches later. Yeah, it's like they used to run, like Disney used to run ESPN Zone, which was a sports bar. I think the last one of those closed a few years ago. It was in Disney World. They used to be around the country. It's a long story. It was like, I think it was like the only successful project launched by, but they don't even exist anymore. But like, in the 90s, Disney tried to branch out into like entertainment locations, kind of like Chuck E. Cheese. So there was like Disney Quest, there was something else, I forget what it was called, and then there was ESPN Zone once they bought that, and then they started ESPN Zone. ESPN Zone, I think, was the only successful one out of those, because all the other ones either, like, one of them was like a children's learning center almost. It wasn't very good because obviously Disney was running it. They're not good at teaching children anything. And then another one was Disney Quest, which was a cool arcade, which opened like 3 or 4 locations. I think one in Chicago. I don't remember where the other one was. And then there was one in, if there was another one outside of Disney World. There wasn't one in Disney World, and that stayed on property until like 6 years ago. But they barely updated it over like 20 years. It's like, it was really cool when it was new in like 1996, but it's like, yeah, this cool VR, like Aladdin's carpet ride is neat and all, but this was very high tech for its time, but it aged very quickly. Okay, I guess I'll talk about. Yeah, what was I gonna say before this? I was talking about Ninjago. That's right. So Ninjago has a Fortnite event happening either right now or tomorrow, or later tonight. They'll add stuff to Lego Fortnite, and then they'll add the main 4 Ninjago ninjas into the item shop. It's really weird to see them though, because it's like, oh, it's these characters with proper skin tones and they're not Legos. And I'm like, that is, how the heck did you spawn? I feel like there's a bug anytime I try to place something, because it's like, they're not spawning because it's dark down there. Otherwise they would have spawned ages ago. So it's just, I think, like, it takes a while for the game to register that I already lit up those blocks. Let's walk that way, let's say. Or maybe I'll have to load into the world again. It's weird. So let's go this way, so they go away. Because despite, like, the shadows or whatever, this is not light level 0. It needs to be light level 0 for things to spawn, so... Endermen aren't dangerous on their own, like, as long as you don't look at them. But it's like, I don't want them picking up grass blocks or sand if they can do that. Stuff like that. So I don't want them griefing the environment. That's the bigger problem. It's kind of cool, it's like, I don't know if it's like shadow going onto it so I can see through the glass, because I feel like it used to not do that. I think it's more related to, like, in like recent settings, like, things will become more transparent when you get close to it. You can turn this off in the settings, but it's like, oh, I can see through my face, like I'm seeing through my visor. Stuff like that. Like if you walk through sugarcane, it'll become clear if you're inside of it, kind of thing. I guess this is a good excuse to show off what this looks like. I think it looks pretty cool in this lighting. Yeah, it's I remember, yeah, I was talking about Ninjago. It's like how, just like any other Lego theme, it was supposed to last about 2.5, 3 years, and the show was designed with that in mind, so they did give it an ending, and then they replaced it with Chima, which is pretty much just Lego's attempt to knock off Thundercats. And everybody was like, no, bring Ninjago back, we don't like this. Chima still lasted the time it was meant to last, though I barely paid attention to it. I don't think I even bought a set, but weirdly I do have a head from one of those sets, so I'm like, where the heck did I get this? Because I don't think I ever bought a Chima set. I don't know where, like, it was like one of the croc heads, like the head under the, like, Chima heads were kind of like, more like helmets, like the old Imperial Scout Trooper helmet, where it's like there's a hole in it, and then you see the black for the visor is just a normal Lego head. They're kind of like that, where they had holes in it. So really there'd be a regular Lego head under it with eyes and stuff. And that's the type of head I have. I have like one of the croc heads that would be under the specially molded croc head. So it's really weird. So I'm like, where did I get this? Maybe I don't have the head. Maybe I have a torso. I was just like, where did I get this part? Because I do not remember ever buying a Chima set. Maybe I did. I don't know. It's just like, why would I have bought this? I was never interested in this theme. So, I don't know where it came from. But, yeah, it was kind of weird. Are they still there? Are they still spawning? And if so, where the heck are they coming from? Because that may look dark down there, but that's not level 0. I should light that up. I have no idea. Okay, they're not spawning, it seems, so I don't know where the heck they were coming from. Like, yeah, I'm in the end, so I need this to be perfectly lit up, or else I'll have dozens and dozens of Endermen on my hands, and I do not want to deal with those. Figure news. I posted a community post today about the Hasbro posted a fan stream for Star Wars stuff today. Usually, like, these fan streams can be either, like, at least in terms of my interests, like, very up in the air. I'm like, should I care about this stream? Should I not? Because there's a good chance whatever the heck they're going to reveal is not going to be interesting to me at all. But like, I have very basic interests when it comes to Star Wars stuff. Like, oh, I like troopers. I like Sith. That's about it when it comes to action figures. So I was like, if it's not anything like that, then I'm not interested. And sure, it's like I like prequel characters and stuff like that. And it was actually pretty good. They showed off the stuff that they showed off at CCXP, I think, at which was a event in Brazil, I think, last week. Basically, they showed off like the new TVC Revenge of the Sith Obi-Wan, the new TVC Airborne Trooper to go with them. Those are going to be 2 figures that come out at Walmart next year at some point in the spring, I think. They look really cool. Wouldn't mind getting those. Then they showed off the Black Series, Coruscant Guard Phase 1, and Training Battle Droid Commander, which was also shown off at CCXP. That's just photos, but they showed that off, and they showed off the Mandalorian that was at CCXP as well. But then they revealed new stuff on top of that. Not saying this in the order they revealed things. So usually like, oh, they usually do TVC stuff, then either retro if they have any, and then Black Series. They did have one retro item, I think, and it was like an R5 droid, I believe, like the green and off-white one from like the beginning of episode 4, I think is what they showed off for retro collection. Just one thing, I believe, which is probably why they didn't even market that they were doing it, because it's like, it's just one thing. I was surprised it was even there, so I didn't even mention it in my community post, because like, who cares? It's just one item, and I don't care about retro. I'm going to only talk about news for things I care about. Anyway, so they revealed the next fan channel exclusive TVC wave which was 4 figures. Snow Trooper Commander, which is a single card release of the figure that came out in the Stormtrooper 3-pack from this year. Basically, earlier this year they released a 3-pack of 3 types of Stormtroopers. They had the Snow Trooper Commander, the Sand Trooper, which really should be the Sand Trooper Commander because it's the orange pauldron one, but okay. And another Scout Trooper with slight improvements. So it's a slight revision of the Scout Trooper that came with the speeder bike 2 years ago. So I think it has better hips. That was the 3-pack. It's a little weird to me that they haven't announced a new Sand Trooper single card release. My only guess, it's like, well, they already did a bunch of Sand Trooper single cards when TBC originally had its original run, like in 2011 or so. They did the orange one, the black one, I forget what else they did. Then Legacy Collection repainted that figure with another pauldron color too. Maybe it was a white one. And I'm like, okay. I wouldn't mind seeing that the brand new Sand Trooper that they just did get a single card release, but I haven't seen anything related to that yet, which is weird. Anyway, back to the other figures. Greedo, I feel like is just a single card release from somewhere else. I forget where though. And General Veers, which I think is a brand new figure. It's probably like a slight remold of the officer figure mold that they came out with a few years ago, but still pretty cool. And the most interesting one, I think, to me is Poggle the Lesser. I was like, oh, cool. We got a new Poggle figure, probably the first time in 18 years. You'd be surprised how often that happens, where we finally get a new figure of a character that hasn't gotten an update in forever, because they usually just keep reissuing the old one. Like the new Han Solo that came out this year, I think was like the first new Han Solo in 3 3/4 classic Han Solo anyway, since like 2004. The Scout that I previously mentioned is still using parts from the 2004 Scout Trooper release. They've just gave it a new head, changed its hips to be better. That's it. It's still the same torso. It's probably still the same legs. Just has wider like movement, but the mold's probably the same. The same arms. So like the Scout Troopers they used to repaint, so like the Storm Commando, either the like Evolutions one, the all black one, or the speeder bike Shadow Scout, stuff like that. Like those all have the same mold. And they only changed like the head, like made actual improvements to it only pretty recently. So it is kind of funny. It's like, why not just make a new Scout Trooper mold? Like, you have the Black Series one right there. And sure, they haven't made a new Black Series Scout Trooper mold either, and that mold's, God, like 12 years old? Maybe 11, maybe, well, it'll be 12 at least next year. And they haven't made a new one of those. But it's like, that mold is so good anyway, it doesn't need it. The only problem that Scout Trooper has is the fact that it has pins in the joints, which I barely care about. Like, I'm sure some people do, now that like most of the new ones come with pins in the without pins in the joints. And it does look nicer without them. But it's like, action figures of this size always had pins for like 15 plus years, so it's not that weird to me. I'm not really a Black Series collector anymore, so most of my stuff is of the older stuff, but it's just like, it's kind of funny. People would complain about that, but I'm just like, just downscale that thing, give it pinless joints, and make it a TBC figure. It'd be perfect, but they haven't done it yet, which is odd to me. Like, I get it, that's a lot easier said than done, but it's like the new Snow Trooper pretty much is that. It's practically the Black Series one, but downscaled. So it's kind of weird. do kind of wonder how long it will take to do this. As I said in the description, my goal is to fill up half of one of these platforms. At least. Maybe I'll work on another half as well. We'll see. What else happened? Oh yeah, something really funny happened with Transformers the other day. So the same day that, like, for a while we were kind of wondering, it's like, does the new Armada Sideways figure coming out next year actually have the head swap, like, Minicon gimmick? It'd be weird if he didn't, because that's like his whole character. But they didn't show it off in any of the promotional pictures. The only thing they showed the Minicons doing was combining to form Mirror, which is this motorcycle rider. So it's like, why aren't you showing their main gimmick though, which is to become his like faction heads? So like when he's a Decepticon, he has like the gray one as his head, and when he's an Autobot, he has the black one as his head. It's like, why aren't you showing that off? It's really weird. Their whole torso are heads, their faces for their torsos. So I was like, that's really strange. So people were wondering, it's like, it'd be really weird if they didn't have it, but it's just like, why haven't you shown this off in any promotional pictures? It's not on the box, it's not in any promotional pictures at all. They didn't post a picture of it like that. And it's up for pre-order, so it's so weird. So it's like, one of the designers saw that and it was like, well, when I get back in the office after my vacation, like a few days, I'll grab my copy and I'll show it to you, because he's like, yes, it can do the thing. I don't know why they didn't do that. It's like, sure, leaving it off the box I kind of get, because it's like you only have so much space, but not having it in the promotional pictures is really weird to me. Sure, maybe whoever they got to do those pictures didn't know they could do that, but it's like, how did no one catch this? Because Hasbro stock photographers can be very weird and very dumb at times. But it's like, these are renders. I don't even think these are pictures of a physical object, so it's really strange. So that was posted, and then later that day, or maybe even earlier actually, T-Formers, which is another Transformers news website. I usually use TFW 2005, Transformers World, is what TFW stands for. Both T-Formers and TFW have existed for almost over 25 years, maybe? Just about, I would say. Like, since 2000, I would say. And there's this one YouTuber, British YouTuber, which I like to watch his videos, even though it's like, they're not the best reviews in the world, but they're kind of insightful. Which is Toys R Us. Russ, as in R-U-S-S. He made a YouTube short, which is no longer public. Maybe even deleted it for all I know. Which was a supposed new leak or whatever of the upcoming hot rod that's supposed to be part of the Transformers the movie 40th anniversary subline at Target next year. Is that a motorcycle outside? I wonder if you can hear that. You probably can. Someone's revving up their motorcycle or their truck. I don't know which. Could you quiet down, please? I don't know if you can hear that. I kind of hope you don't. Anyway, but like, and sure enough, that thing was posted on T-Formers. However, it is not a leak at all. Basically, what the image was a supposed leak, I should say in quotations, of that hot rod. For a few weeks now, there's been descriptions of that hot rod supposedly going around. Basically, someone said, oh, it will be magenta instead of red, so movie-accurate colors. It will include... oh god, more of them. Why? Where? Right there. What am I supposed to do about that? I guess I could light that up, but I don't think it's that dark, so I don't know what the problem is. I guess I could go over there. Is he gonna spawn in again? I would have thought he would have done it by now. Weird. So he'll come with like the fishing rod and like a sword and a shield, which are two sets of very scene specific accessories that the original SS86 hot rod didn't come with. And I'm guessing somebody saw or read those descriptions or heard of those descriptions and made an AI mock-up of what that would look like. I don't know if they made it to fool people, to make them think it was that, because I'm like, the only people it would fool are people that need to get their eyes checked, because it's super obvious that it's a fake AI generated image. But apparently it did fool one of the people that posts stuff, who's in charge of news on T-Formers. And the YouTuber Toys R Us pretty much completely gets his news from T-Formers exclusively. And I'm just like, how did you... So basically, he posted the picture of it as a YouTube short for whatever reason, probably just because it would get more attention than a community post would. And all it said was, wow. And there was someone who commented saying, oh yeah, it does look great. And then there was someone else who said, that's an AI generated image. And he said to that person, no, it's from T-Formers. And I'm just like, that's an AI generated image. Like, I went to check it myself once I saw it, before even checking to see if it was AI generated, before seeing that comment. I went to T-Formers because I'm like, this guy only gets his stuff from T-Formers, so is this actually here? And it was. Like, I think the reason he probably uses T-Formers, besides for, it's probably what he's always used, sometimes T-Formers post things quicker than TFW does. I don't know for what particular reason, probably just to get ahead of the news or whatever, so people flock to them instead, even though I think TFW has a much larger user base. Nowadays, anyway. It used to be pretty even, I think. Especially before the Michael Bay movies came out. But... oh my god. Where? Oh, what the... Time to leave, so they don't do anything. And then come back and see if they're still there. This game is buggy sometimes. Because I'm like, I know it isn't actually dark enough. Unless changing my brightness settings will make that different, which I highly doubt. I don't get it. I think it's just because I'm placing blocks. That's the only reason I can think of. Is the newly placed blocks. Like that's my only guess. Because I've had this happen before. Am I far away enough yet? Should be. I'll walk a little further. Anyway, so I went on to T-Formers to look at it. Let's see if it's still there. I bet it is. Let's go to tformers.com. see, US pre-orders for Blocky's Transformers Shining version 04. Yeah, it's still there. Somehow, this thing is still there. Another weird quirk of this, like I made a community post going over how stupid this is. It's labeled as 30th anniversary for whatever reason, even though it's obviously for the 40th, because the 30th anniversary of this movie would have been 2016. It's kind of weird to think that Studio Series 86 came out 5 years ago as of next year. it's 4 years ago now, but 5 years ago as of next year. I'm like, that's insane. Anyway, I should probably just look at my community post about this. About this cursed subject. I think I don't know, when did I make this picture? This post was the 9th? Yeah, I did that last stream on the 7th, so yeah, this happened afterward. So yeah, I didn't talk about this. I'll go back now. I said in the community post, people who run Transformers news sites / boards need to be more careful about posting something. Am I hearing? Oh yeah, I'm hearing fire because of down there. That's right. Be more careful about posting something because this should be an obvious fake to anyone. For a little while now, there's been rumors related to the new Target exclusive Hot Rod going around that he will be in movie-accurate colors and he will come with more scene-specific accessories. That might be true, but it seems someone decided to make an AI mock-up to see what it might look like, and it's being reported by T-Formers as a, in quotes, leak. I'm not an AI expert, but there are very obvious, and then I wrote, in parentheses, you might say neon, signs of this being the case. Look at any of the Autobot logos. They're all messed up in some way in the interior. At least on the figure, in quotations. In the box art, it's even worse looking. Basically, picture an Autobot logo, but like all the lines are wrong, or there's swirls in it or something. It's very weird. Why is his mouth weirdly misshaped? In the box art, his mouth looks really weird to me. Then, under Studio Series, you usually have like Transformers, the movie, and then it'd be like something collection, if it even has, if we will have that, even have a collection name. It would probably just be Anniversary Collection would be my guess. But if you read it, one, the Transformers, the movie logo looks really flipping off, like it was like written by hand or something. And then instead of saying the movie, the looks perfectly fine. But instead of movie, it looks like somehow the AI tried to write it as Munis, M-U-N-I-S. Like it's really ugly looking. And then instead of whatever collection, I don't know what collection that they would call it, if they even call it that. Because this AI is using a one of the this year's More Than Meets the Eye collection boxes, which is a good guess because it's like obviously this is going to be a Target exclusive, so it'll probably have a similar box to this year's Target exclusives. But it looks like it says Slatats, so S-L-T-A-T-S. That's what I'm saying anyway, because it's like it's hard to read it because it looks so blurred and mushed together. Instead of collection, it says Follection, like it's F-O-L-L-E-C-T, maybe an I, and then O-N. So it's like, what is this? And then the Hasbro logo looks weirdly crushed. It's not really crushed. The box kind of, if you can call it a box, the square shape looks pretty much accurate. But AI has trouble writing things, so it just looks like a line instead of a set of letters. So and it looks weirdly simplified in the center, like the happy logo, like the face, the smile. I don't know. So it's just really odd looking. And then somehow I forgot to mention the face on the robot mode, like on the head, or on the toy in quotations. His face doesn't exist. It's featureless. He has slits for eyes, and like maybe like 2 lines to suggest where a nose might be, and then like barely even maybe a mouth. Like anybody who looks at this who doesn't need glasses could easily tell that this is fake. So after a while, like I reaffirmed the guy, going back to the first guy that said that's an AI generated image. I reaffirmed the guy being like, yeah, I've checked it myself. That is not, if it's not an AI generated image, there's something horribly wrong with that. And then just after like a few hours, almost every single comment on that was, this is AI generated, this is fake, this is whatever. So it's like eventually he probably got tired of it, because he did eventually bother to check it again and saw, yes, this is fake, so he did take it down. I'm like, I like Russ, I do, but it's like, Jesus, dude, how did you not look at this? It's like, just because it's on T-Formers, look at it first, please. Like, sure, T-Formers doesn't usually mess up, but I'm like, someone did, and you messed up because you didn't think they did. So it's very funny. It's not the first time I've seen or heard of Russ messing up. It's like, to use awesome Transformers reviews, Theo Adams or Toy Grind, as he always has gone by, but he changed his channel name to that recently, within the last few months. He's a British YouTuber. He went to TF Nation, and he's very obviously a British YouTuber. Like, it's not like a stereotypical British accent, I guess. Like, he doesn't have that tone of voice, but it's like you can still tell he has a British accent. And what was really funny is apparently he went to TF Nation, which is like their version of like TFCon or BotCon, and which he goes there like every year. And one day, Russ is also there, and he says, "Oh, that's awesome that you're here. You came such a long way." It's like he thought he came from America. He thought he was American somehow. I'm like, you both live in the same country. Theo lives like only a few hours away from where this convention is held. How the heck did you not realize he was British? Did you ever watch one of his videos where he mentions his PO box? The address ends with UK. What the heck? So it's not the first time Russ has done something kind of funny like that, but it's just like, how the heck did you manage to do this? It was so funny to me. I'm like the AI one I can kind of forgive, because he's not used to T-Formers messing up like that, and I'm still surprised that's still up. I don't know if you can comment on news posts on T-Formers. You can like do like a like a poll or whatever, like, how do you feel about this reveal? But you can't write a comment, it seems. It's like, TFW has not reported it, because of course it's fake. They'll report it when they see the actual thing. Because I'm like, if those descriptions are correct, and it's not just a straight re-release of SS86 Hot Rod, then it will probably look like that. Kind of, but not AI generated, obviously. Luckily, we still live in a time where AI generation is still primitive enough that it will make easy, stupid mistakes. It'll be a lot more difficult, let's say a decade from now, when AI generation, if it's still even legal. Where the heck are they coming from? I hate this. They weren't doing this before I started doing this, started building out this way. Why? Oh my god. This is so dumb. I feel like I should go down there before I continue building and light it up more. Because maybe it's something about adding a roof to it that's making it seemingly darker, and it doesn't like that. I'm like, why would it make it darker? We live in, this is the dang void. Everything's permanently dark anyway. How would it make it darker? So it's weird. Yeah, so I just thought that was hilarious. I'm like, how did this happen? And the fact that that post is still up on T-Formers after like 4 days. How have they not taken that down? Can they not take it down? It's so funny. Like, what? How anyone believed that that was a real image baffles me. Whoever saw that and thought that was good really needs glasses if they don't have them. Like, how? Especially when it's like, why the heck would we get leaks for this? Like a stock image of this long before these things are meant to get revealed. Usually if you get stock photos, it's usually like a few weeks at most before we get the reveal of it. But this thing's probably not going to get revealed until like March. That's way too far from now. So, like, I was already suspicious from it from the start because I'm like, why this one specific item? And not any other ones. It was very, very suspicious to me before I even, like, looked at it to, like, see any, like, it's very obvious when you look at it for more than at face value. When you actually, like, start to look at it a little closer, it's like, oh yeah, this is super obvious. Super obvious. But yeah, I thought that was hilarious. Do I have more torches? I feel like I should have tons of torches. Yeah, I have tons of torches. Lock that up. I have never seen anything spawn here, so I'm sure they're fine. It just looks worse because I've lowered my brightness. See, nothing's spawning here now. Where even was the dark area that they were spawning in? Right here? Weird. Oh yeah, I remember last stream, I don't know if anyone's going to tune into this one. It doesn't seem like anybody's come to say hi. Anyway, I remember I was going to talk about some things that I never got around to because people showed up, so I had something else to talk about instead of just random subjects. I think I was going to probably talk about, oh, some things I saw. I think before I got interrupted, I brought up. So a few days ago, sometime last weekend, I think, my mom and I went up to, I'm not going to say where, the local, like the town outside of the town I'm in. Like 30 minutes drive. Actually probably less, like 20 minutes drive away from here, because they have a really good Target and the best stocked Walmart and GameStops in town, like within like a 30-minute radius from where I live. Like the two GameStops around there are the best stocked. Like I've seen many, like multiple different Titan classes there, Commander classes, G.I. Joe, Transformers. Oh my god, what the heck is my... Can you hear my brother screaming in the background? You probably can. What the heck is my... Can you hear... But yeah, I thought that was hilarious. I guess not. My brother is screaming at his friends because he's super competitive about... He's like swearing right now. Probably about Roblox football or something ridiculous. He's like, what are you doing? I don't understand him at all. I don't know. Uh, like every day he has like he's been in like a Discord with some guys for many years now. And, like every night they play like Roblox football or whatever, probably to win money or something. Because I'm like, why else would you do this so often? And he's like a Roblox like stock market person. Like he buys and sells rare items, and he makes like a profit and stuff like that. I'm just like, Jesus. He's been doing this before he was even 18. So I'm like, so he like started Venmo accounts and stuff before he was of age, and I'm just like, it's like, yeah, my Venmo account doesn't work very well. Is it probably because you started it when you were 16 years old? That's probably part of it. It's kind of funny. I remember like a few months ago, for whatever flipping reason, he woke my sister up at like a super early hour or whatever, so he could get like her card information or something, because he wanted to use her card to buy something, because obviously he didn't have one himself. And like he asked her boyfriend for whatever reason, and he said it was okay, but obviously it's like, why are they spawning there? Especially like right, it's not even dark over there. I don't flipping get it. I feel like they're spawning on the platform the few seconds that there's no torch there. And then they're appearing like they're on the floor instead. It's so stupid. It's not a big deal, it's just annoying. It's like, it's so dumb. I wonder if I go all the way over here, will they not be loaded in? I feel like they won't be. Like, I don't need to go all the way to the proper end island for this. Anyway, let's go to a different topic. Anything on TFW? No, nothing new. Oh yeah, the Game Awards is tonight. 7:30, I believe, Eastern time. So about 4 hours and 37 minutes from now. That's when it starts. They'll probably announce a few new games. They'll announce, I don't know. Be curious to see, like, oh, are we gonna hear about Jurassic Park Survival again? It's like, you didn't talk about this game for years until, like, they've announced at the Game Awards, and they didn't talk about it for years until they finally talked about it, like, a few months ago. It's like, these look like these were promotional videos you made ages ago, but you didn't release for whatever reason. So it's just, it's kind of funny. I have no idea what's happening with that game. Oh yeah, back to that trip in the neighboring town. So we went to, like, they have a shopping center with a Ross, a GameStop, and a Target pretty much right next to each other. There might be one store between all three of those. Like a beauty store or something. Went to the Ross first. It's like from left to right, it's Ross, GameStop, Target. The most interesting things I saw at the Ross were a Dark Trooper for $5, like TBC Dark Trooper, which I'm like, oh, that's cool. If I didn't have the non-single card release. I don't know what the difference between the single card release and the non-single card release is. I know that the original release had light piping. I don't know if the single card release has it. It's like I got the original release for like 15 on clearance. It used to be like 25 or something, because it's a deluxe figure. Came with like the charging dock or something, which is just such a useless accessory. But and then like around the time I found it at Walmart for clearance, it was the new one. The single card one was still up for pre-order or whatever, and now that's at Ross for like $5. I'm like, that's a good figure. That's a really cool figure, but I'm like, I already have. I don't need a second Dark Trooper. I don't know. I might visit Ross one more time this year before late last second Christmas shopping goes insane. That same shopping center a few years ago, my mom and I got trapped in there for like 30 minutes. Like the traffic was like nobody was moving. Yeah, note to self, don't go checking Ross stores like 3 days before Christmas. Don't do that. Never do that again, because it's like in the shopping center. We didn't even get, it took us 30 minutes, what felt like anyway, it's probably more like 20 minutes, but still, a long time, to just get to the road so we could get to the highway to go back home. Like, it was insane. I don't remember if I made a... yeah, I probably did make a post about it that day. I'm like, yeah, note to self, don't do that ever again. It was really funny. What was the Transformers stuff that I saw there? I saw... Legacy United Animated Motor Master. I saw Studio Series Double Punch from Rise of the Beasts. I forget who else. I'll check my photos, because I should still have these pictures. Oh yeah, I saw the Mandalorian Imperial base, which is just the Beskar Mandalorian TVC figure with the jetpack of the Imperial Armored Commando. I'm just like, why did you do this? This is such a waste of figures. Like, they were milking the Mandalorian, because it's just like, we need to make figures of everything. Like, could you not have just released the Imperial Armored Commando and just made his jetpack compatible with the existing Mandalorian figure? You didn't need to make this a separate release. So yeah, I thought that was dumb. I didn't buy anything at the Ross the other day. Oh yeah, and then I also saw the, wasn't new, but I saw because I'd seen it before. They had the Legacy United Star Raider Leader Class 3-pack or whatever, which was a slight variation of Thundertron, a remold of, what's it, Magnius? The rock car, they made it into an ice character, and then a repaint of Siege Ratbat. I saw that, I've seen it a few times, for like $25 or something for those three. Which isn't even the best, like, yeah, you get 3 figures, 2.5, I don't know. If you can say Ratbats, yeah, I would say 2.5, because technically those cassettes came in packs of 2. That's more like half a figure. Anyway, it's like, that's not even like the best leader class thing to be found at Ross right now. Like, I've seen really recently, like, for a while I hadn't heard anything new showing up for like a month or so. And then finally, earlier this week, it's like, oh, people reported finding DevCon, which is the figure that just got a reissue at Target, like, pretty recently. So it's like, oh, you can find them at Target and at Ross. You can get them at, which obviously the Ross ones are leftover stock from the original, not the re-release. Not that there's any difference, I think, but the original Legacy Evolution DevCon had very poor distribution. Like, that wave barely hit store shelves. Same wave with Beachcomber. I forget who else was in that wave. Anyways, like it was like Legacy Evolution Wave 2 or 3, I forget. But yeah, the deluxes from that wave especially never hit store shelves. At least not in my area and not in many other people's areas. So that's why they reissued both him and Cliffjumper and Beachcomber this year. But it's funny because it's like obviously if that didn't hit store shelves much, that means that there's probably leftover stock somewhere that was meant to go to retail stores. So that's where the dev cons from that are showing up at Ross are probably coming from, is the stock that never made it to store shelves in the first place. So it's like, oh, do you want to get DevCon for $13 or do you want to get them for $25? It's like, sure, $13, like that's a little more expensive than deluxes are usually at Ross. They used to be like $8. Now they're 13, at least that one is. Most of the deluxes that showed up this year were still $8, but it seems the latest shipment of, at least the latest, newest items to show up at Ross are a little more expensive now, which is unfortunate. But then there's like cases where it's like, oh, Armada Galvatron, so the repaint of Armada Megatron. Both figures didn't sell very well. Like I used to see Armada Megatron for like a year and a half straight on shelves. And Armada Galvatron, sure, he was a rarer release. He came out in like wave 4 or wave 3 of United. I saw him whenever he did get on shelves. He stayed there for a long time, and now he's at Ross for about the same as DevCon. Yeah, I think he's like $13, just like DevCon. It's like, if I had to choose, if I had $13 and I had to choose between one or the other, I would go with Galvatron because that's a cooler toy than DevCon, personally. Would you rather buy a deluxe for $13 or a leader class? I'd rather go for a leader class. Apparently also, I think I saw a YouTube short of someone finding, like obviously a lot of people found this year's like Age of the Primes Triptychon has been showing up at Ross this year. A lot. I've never seen a Titan class at Ross, but I've heard and seen video of people finding that at Ross a lot. And I'm just like, I wish I could find a Titan class, but some states Ross's stock better than others. So I guess my state just doesn't get a lot of, like, they get decent Ross stock, but not to the same degree like that. Like they don't bother to order in that kind of stuff at this one, at these ones around here. They're like, I would love to get that, even though it's like I don't have the space. I would love to find it anyway. I'd love to see it. Not that I haven't seen a Titan class Age of the Primes Triptychon, because my local comic shop has one. Though weirdly, I don't think it has its full tilt. So it's like, did someone buy this just for full tilt and then got rid of Triptychon? Because that's what it looks like to me. Anyway, so it's kind of funny. It's like, oh, I could either buy this for $150 without full tilt at my local comic shop. At least I don't think it has full tilt. I don't know where he would be. Or I could somehow try to find it at Ross, maybe, and get it for $100. I'm like, I'd rather do that. It's better than paying $200. But it's kind of funny. It's like when the original Titans Return Triptychon, which that's a repaint of, came out in 2016, 17, that thing didn't sell well either. That thing showed up at like Ollie's. Good Stuff Cheap, I think, is their subtext or their subtitle. Which good should be in quotations because most of the stuff they get in is terrible, at least nowadays. It's like, it's usually stuff that doesn't sell well. In a lot of the case, it's because it's not something anyone wants. On rare occasions, like with Titans Return, it's like, oh, they're actually getting things that are cool. It's just for whatever reason they just weren't stocked. Like, they got a lot of cool Titans Return stuff back in the day. I wasn't into Transformers at the time, and I would especially not know anything about that place, even though we had one around here. Or we have one. I don't know if it was there yet or not. I'm guessing it would have been, though. But Like I was into Transformers, but I wasn't into Transformers collecting. I just watched the TV shows or whatever. I watched reviews. That's about it. Like at that point, I don't know why I wasn't. I wasn't really like I've become more of a collector in recent years, but when I say recent years, last like 6 years, 7-ish years. Since like 2018 or so. So not long after that, those showed up at Ollie's. But I was more like, oh, I'll buy like some Star Wars stuff on eBay or something, or before that was Jurassic Park. But like, my flipping god, I do find it funny. It's like I don't think the microphone is picking his voice up, though I can't imagine. I don't know how it isn't, because I could perfectly understand what he's saying. I need to get more torches. But yeah, it's like that thing was like when it came out at Ollie's, and they got like, if an Ollie's got Trypticon in, they got like 10 of them. Like it wasn't like, oh, Ross might have like 1 or 2. They had like 10 of them, a whole end cap of Trypticons for probably like $80 or $60 or something ridiculous. Like sure, it's like inflation, that might be like $80 or whatever, but that still makes it, that counting for inflation, it's probably still more expensive to get the Age of the Prime ones at Ross than it would have been to get that at Ollie's. So it's kind of funny. It's like, yeah, you could be charging better for this. Yeah, it's like, even if I found it, I don't have the space for that. There's other things like the Revenge of the Fallen 15th anniversary Autobot pack, which was like, oh, here's Optimus, here's Jetfire, and the RC sisters, I believe, the Studio Series ones, all in like a 5 or 3 pack. I don't know, was it 3 or 4 figures? It's like those, the RC twins or sisters came out as one set, really tiny, stupid little figures. I don't even know if they can transform. Like, like yeah, scale-wise, I get why they made them like that, but like these could have been accessories. It's a all-one release. But yeah, it's like they were selling, like Ross's have been getting those in for like, I forget how much. Like $50 maybe? Maybe 60 to get those? It's like, that's cool. I'm not the biggest movie guy. Like, I don't mind the Michael Bay movies. They're kind of funny. And they were what I associated Transformers with when I was really young. So, yeah. I like them for that, but I don't really collect the figures for that most of the time. Like, there's some, it's like, oh, I like the non-movie toys. Like, oh, give me '07 Cliff Jumper. Give me Dark of the Moon Vortex. Give me Dark of the Moon Space Case. Revenge of the Fallen Lockdown. Revenge of the Fallen Mind Wipe. Stuff like that. Like, give me those. When it comes to actual in-movie characters, not really. I don't care for those. With a few exceptions, like, oh, I like Battle Trap from Rise of the Beasts. I thought that design was always cool. So when that showed up at Ross, I got that. I have Bumblebee movie Wheeljack because he came with Perceptor in the Walmart discount packs from a few years ago. I have Studio Series Revenge of the Fallen Sideways because he came with our C, like Series 86RC. So like I have some of those because they came with other figures I kind of wanted, and not really. It's like I didn't really care to have RC or not, but I was like, well, these are two pretty neat figures, and they're only like $8 or something. So I'm like, I might as well get these, I guess, because they're on clearance. Discount packs were on clearance. That's how poorly they sold. I still haven't seen any of those at the new ones at Walmart yet. I'm still looking to check to see what's going on with those. Oh yeah, I was going to continue talking about what I saw that day. That's right. So after we went to the Ross... Actually, I didn't continue talking about what has been showing up at Ross too. I should probably continue talking about that before I move on to GameStop. So I think I may have seen a video of someone going to Ross, and it was them finding Triptychon. That was the big thing. But also in the video, I think, was Legacy United Laser Optimus Prime. And I'm like, oh, and it was like $10 or something. And I was like, oh, I already have two uses of this mold. I have Scourge and Toxitron, but I'm like, if I can get it for $10, I would consider it. Like, I made a community post, or a post on a community tab about my G2 collection. And I said, and someone asked me, where's Laser Optimus? It's like, I don't have him. I have those two. I haven't gotten around to getting him yet, even though he's pretty cheap. Like, he's not a very desired figure, apparently. Even though he's a cool figure. But it's like... And now people are like, oh, well, I'd rather wait for a new one. I'm like, that's not going to probably happen for another, like, 6 years. You're going to need to wait for... You're probably... Like, some people are waiting for Commander class Laser Optimus Prime. And I'm just like... As cool as that would be... And it would fit better with the new Studio Series 86 Optimus in terms of scale. It's like, it's going to be way harder to get the cool repaints out of that for it being a Commander. Like, you're not going to get probably, you might get Toxitron, maybe. Even then, I doubt it. Like, I don't know. It'd take you forever to get, like, cool repaints out of that. And you may never get, like, G2 Laser Ultra Magnus. You may never get that. If you do it in Commander class, because they can only do like repaints of Commanders like every few years or so. Like it's a lot harder to get repaints of Commanders out than it is to get repaints of leaders, and even repaints of leaders can get a little harder because it's like, how have they not done G1 Skyquake yet? It's because of course he's a leader class, so there's far less slots for him in the year. I feel like if they ever do him, he's probably going to be an Amazon exclusive. That would be my guess. Because it seems Walmart doesn't want to take leaders anymore. Or anything really above deluxe, it seems. They got rid of everything that wasn't a deluxe class this year. They canceled everything else. They said, never mind, we don't want it. Which is fine. Like, yeah, look at it through a business perspective. Yeah, the other ones weren't selling as well. Okay. Time to look through this. So yeah, I'm going to need to get more cobblestone. Yeah, so Laser Optimus, it's like, oh, if I can get him for 10-ish bucks, I'll consider it. Like, I only have Velocitron Scourge because I found him for $16 at Ross a few years ago. It's weird, it was like, oh, he was about the same price as like, let's say, so Deluxes were like $8. Voyagers that year were about 15 or so. Maybe it was 18 bucks. It was something like that. It wasn't that much beyond Voyager. It's like, why is this like so cheap? It's like I would have expected at least 20. So I thought it was weird. Like Ross is very weird when it comes to leader classes. Because they really don't... They price them much lower than you would expect. Which is fine with me. It's just kind of funny. It's like... Like, as I said, if I remember that correctly, it's like... That laser optics they might be getting in right now is cheaper than, like, the new DevCon they just got in. So that's really weird. And it's definitely cheaper than last year's Voyager classes. Last year at Ross is very weird, because they got in Legacy Evolution, Twin Cast, Legacy Evolution, Metal Hawk, and they got 5 Voyagers in from what I remember, which is quite a lot. They got Twin Cast, the first release of Metal Hawk. They got Rise of the Beast. Oh god, I feel like I just got I overextended my foot. I'm sitting on a beanbag right now, and there's like a chair that goes with it, like a stool thing, and I'm just messing around with it with my feet. And I overextended my foot, so I feel like I got like a Charlie horse or something in my leg for a second there. That's not good. That's not nice. They got Rise of the Beast Cheetor, Rise of the Beasts Rattletrap. That's a different character. Battletrap, and then they got Toxitron Collection Cloud Cover. They were really weird because it was like the Legacy Evolution Voyagers, the standard ones, not the exclusives, were $16. Then Cloud Cover was $18 for whatever reason, and then the Studio Series ones were $20. It was, I'm like, these are all $35 figures. Why are these priced differently? It doesn't make any sense. So I just thought it was weird. I'm like, maybe they got less of the Studio Series and less of Cloud Cover in, and maybe that's why they're charging more for them. I don't know. Because I feel like I saw them all roughly in the same consistency. Like, I saw them quite a bit, so it was very weird. But it's kind of funny. It's like, why is Battletrap more expensive than Scourge from the previous year? When that's obviously the better toy. I don't know. Weirdly, I never saw Toxitron at Ross, and neither did I see G2 Tiger Stripe Grimlock or whatever. I never saw him either, even though both of those, Grimlock being slightly less so, but I did see him at stores a lot too. But Toxitron in Cloud Cover, I saw everywhere. Every Walmart around me at the time got those two in specifically, and they had like 6 of each of them at least, maybe more. Some of the Walmarts near me never got the deluxes in, though a decent amount of them still did eventually. Though they usually got them in like a month or two after they got Cloud Cover and Toxitron in. Like, they put them out much later for whatever reason. I'm like, I'm sure you got them both at the same time, or you got them all at the same time. So it's just like, the fact that I saw these things everywhere and yet Toxitron never showed up at Ross baffles me. It's weird. Very strange. Okay, so I should probably start talking about Target or GameStop now. GameStop, there wasn't that interesting amount of stuff. Like, it was mostly the same as the time I went there before. I really hope you can't hear him, but every time I check, I can't hear him, which is weird. I wonder what the range on this thing is, because it's just, how does it not hear that? I feel like my older microphone would have picked up his voice. No Enderman. Yeah, I definitely need to get more cobblestone. Oh well, I have time. One of the more interesting things that I saw there was TBC Darth Revan. Basically, I went into this a few streams ago. Darth Revan was released in TBC at the end of 2023. I saw him in stores around the time he came out, which was like a few days before Christmas. I saw that whole wave at one Walmart, and earlier that day I saw the Jedi Knight Revan and HK 2-pack at the GameStop that I'm talking about right now. I saw it at that GameStop. Anyway, back on topic. I didn't get him when I saw him when he originally came out, because I was like, well, it's a few days from Christmas. I don't really know if these are even out yet, because the games that Walmart had the Clone Trooper Battle Pack, which included like 3 Super Battle Droids, like the first Lego Super Battle Droids in like years, and the shinies, and I think 1 Shock Trooper. That wasn't out yet. That was supposed to be for January. This was like December 22nd or something. December, like mid to late December. It's like, this thing is not supposed to be out yet, but they put it out already. So you probably can't even buy it. So it's like, and the fact that the TBC wave was all in stock, not a single one had sold yet. It's probably put out that day. I was like, are these even available to buy? Yeah, they were. Because it's like, I was like, if I saw Revan, Jedi Knight Revan, at the GameStop the same day, then certainly they're out. But I didn't buy it. It's the only time I saw them in stores, and I was just like, oh, it'll probably still be in stock in like a month from now, so I can get them for my birthday. Then I just didn't get around to it. I don't remember if I forgot or he was already sold out by then. I don't remember. And then he was like $100 within like a month after that or so. It was like, oh, well, I guess I'll just back order him on Entertainment Earth. Then Entertainment Earth's back order kept getting pushed back into like, it was meant to be delivered this January. And then I finally got him in the mail like a few weeks ago. He's part of the ever-growing haul photo that I still haven't made yet. Because I'm like, oh, I want to make a haul photo of everything I got before Christmas so I can make the Christmas haul different. I don't want them to like mix together. But it's like to overlap. Because that'd be even way too many items, but like already this is ridiculous, the amount of items in here. I'm like, I did not expect to get this much stuff since my previous haul photo, just like a month and a half, 2 months ago. But that's just what happens when you find things for good deals, I guess. It was like, I don't normally get this much in such a short period of time. It was weird. Like, I'll definitely make it before Christmas, but it's just like, oh, I want to check Ross one more time, I want to check the comic shops one more time, stuff like that. Anyway, so he finally got delivered from Entertainment Earth like a few weeks ago. And yet, Big Bad Toy Store still hasn't shipped out their reissues for him, which the reissue for Darth Revan for Big Bad Toy Store and a restock of the back order for Entertainment Earth was announced like this summer. But like Big Bad still isn't set to ship theirs out until like March, so 4 months from now, maybe 3.5. Anyway, but I got that in the mail a few days ago, or a few weeks ago. It's been a while now. And I saw a Darth Revan at GameStop a few days ago. So I'm like, oh, okay. I was like, this is most likely that reissue that I just got in the mail, but it was kind of interesting. Some other things I saw at the GameStop. Yeah, it's weird, nobody's shown up. Probably just because I'm doing it at I started this at such a weird time. I usually do it a little later. I saw Legacy Evolution Nacelle, which was cool. I already have him. I've had him for a long time. I got him when he was still in stock 2 years ago. No, I think it was early last year, I think. I got him in the mail for my birthday, I think. And then I saw Earthrise Trailbreaker, which I'm like, oh, that's cool. Don't care for this character, but that's a cool reissue. I don't remember. I feel like I heard that Earthrise Hoist as well got a reissue recently. A ton of figures got reissued recently. I think I did talk about this earlier at a different stream. It's like Siege Prowl, weirdly, got a reissue recently. Studio Series Movie 1, I believe. Optimus got a reissue, but it's like the slight remold version, so it's not like... It's a single card release, but it's technically not exactly the same figures as the original because it's the modified version that came out, so it could be compatible with Revenge of the Fallen, well, Studio Series Revenge of the Fallen, Jetfire, since I think they already permanently altered the mold for that. So Trailbreaker, Siege Prowl. I think he's just going to the bathroom. It sounds like the bathroom door. Nacelle, Run Amok, Movie Optimus, so that's 5 now. Siege Skywarp, Siege, Covert Clone Sideswipe slash Slam Dance. Did I bring up, in terms of my counting on my fingers, did I bring up, I don't remember. Like, one of the movie Bumblebees got reissued. Who else? Like, a ton of figures, from like over 10 plus figures got reissued for the holiday season this year. It's insane. Let's see, here's a few more, but I'll bring them up later because I'm going to talk about these. Okay, let's just continue talking about GameStop. Found the Grim Viper, which is like a cool camo green, like army green repaint of the Range Viper from G.I. Joe. My brother was grabbing something from the fridge. So the Range Viper, which I'm like, or the Grim Viper, which is like, oh, that's a really cool figure, but I didn't think it was supposed to be out yet. For a while I was like, is this a Walmart exclusive? But I guess not if it's at a GameStop. The Fallout Vault-Tec 2-pack, so like a Vault-Tec colored T60, and then the female Soul Survivor from Fallout 4. So that's the stuff I saw at GameStop, which I'm like, oh, that's cool. They had the same stuff as well from the previous time I was there, like, oh, which was like a month before. Month and a half before. So like they had the Cobra Clone Sideswipe and Slam Dance 2-pack. They had a bunch of like, they had like 2 or 3 Star Optimus Primes. Probably some Silver Bolts, stuff like that. Really well stocked GameStop. Then we went to Target next door. They had a lot, like probably like 6 Earthrise Sunstreakers, which I'm still wondering if I should get or not. I know that a new Sunstreaker is coming out, but I don't know if it will match well with the Kingdom Sideswipe I have. This will obviously match better with that, so I don't know. If I see it again, I might consider getting it. But I'm just like, I don't know what the new Sunstreaker looks like. So I don't know. Because if the new Sunstreaker comes with a gun, it's already by default better than this one, because the Earthrise one just has like his turbo engines or whatever that go onto the back of the Lamborghini. That's supposed to be his gun, which I'm just like, why? That's part of his vehicle mode. It is not a convincing gun at all. It's like vents. It's not a gun. This thing doesn't shoot lasers. This thing produces heat. it's weird. Or it's like a radiator. I don't know. It's just bizarre. They had a bunch of the previously mentioned DevCon, which I'm like, of course, if I wanted DevCon, I would buy him at Ross if I could find him, because it'd be $12 less. The same exact figure. They had a few of the new reissue of Gigawatt, which I'm like, oh, that's cool, and I know he's one of the best of the collaborative figures, and I have a few of them, but I'm like, I don't have any of them on display at the moment. Like, eventually, if I get like a 5th shelf, I would make a crossover shelf. So I'd put like my old Star Wars crossover figure Transformers. I would put like, I have Maverick, because I got him at Ross a few years ago. I would put Jurassic Park Transformers on there. I would put him if I got him. I would put the Hot Wheels ones there, stuff like that. But they had him, and I'm like, oh, cool. I might get that. It's just like, I don't know if I want to buy that many figures that I don't have a space for yet. Because I know like some of the things I'm getting in, because yeah, because earlier that day, I'll bring this up again later, but I know some of the things I'm getting for Christmas are going to be items that will definitely be things that I put in storage until I get a 5th shelf. So it's just like, do I want to add to that pile of things that are just gonna sit in storage for a bit? Like, sure, every single one of my Transformers was like that for a little while. Like, up until like 2 years ago, I didn't have a Transformers shelf. I just put them on my dresser and kept most of them in storage. So like, there was one at the beginning of like 2023. I just, once I got my first 2 shelves, or my first 2, I think, I sat down for a day after I set them up and opened up my bins of stuff and just opened everything and cut down the boxes to just be the artwork, because I do like the artwork. Stuff like that. Like, I spent a whole day unboxing Transformers and setting up the shelf, which was really cool. But it's just like, oh, I had like a trash bag of just cut up boxes. Yeah, so Gigawatt, they had the Hot Wheels Transformers. I'd probably get Gigawatt before the Hot Wheels Transformers, to be honest, but cool to see those. They had all their current exclusives, like they had, they probably had the Optimus and Megatron re-releases from War for Cybertron. They probably had those somewhere at like an end cap, I think. They weren't like on the proper shelf. They had Devastation Wheeljack, Devastation Swipe. I don't know if they had any of the Devastation Troop Builder packs anymore. I don't know if they had any of those. They had a few of the Versus pack of... I need to get more torches. Of Ultra Magnus, Bumper, Nemesis Prime, and Horrible. But yeah, it's like they had... they probably had all that kind of stuff too. And then, to end it off, they had one singular Earthrise Thrust. One. But I didn't buy him. Because I'm not really sure how to feel about him. It's like, I love that figure. Out of the 3 Earthrise Coneheads, he looks the coolest. And I'm still kind of considering him. But it's like, I don't have... Like, he would go on the more well-known Decepticons shelf, because he's not like... He's in the show. Sure, he's not one of the most well-remembered, but it's like I would say he's less remembered than the Insecticons would be, for instance. Like, my main Decepticon shelf, like my well-known guys is Optimus, Megatron, Starscream, Skywarp, Thundercracker. Then we have the Combaticons, the Stunticons, and... well, the Insecticons. And then you have Blitzwing, and eventually I want to add Astro Train. And then I also have Scrapper on there as well. So it's like, if I add Astro Train, I'm like, where the heck would I put... where would I put Thrust? I could maybe fit him, but it's like, one, do I want to get him because I don't have the other 2 Coneheads? And 2, it's like I could maybe fit him. Maybe. It would just look a little weird. It's like I could put him behind the Insecticons, because yeah, the Insecticons don't really take up that much space. Like, there's space in front of them, so I could just move them up and put him behind them. But it's kind of confusing. It's like, sure, I only have one Constructicon, but I might get a second one to balance it out. So I have like one Constructicon in front of the Stunticons and the other in front of the other side type of deal. But like, currently Scrapper is just taking up the space of where Astro Train will go. So it's just kind of interesting, because it's like, yeah, it's like Thrust is not on the same caliber as like obscure as the Deluxe Insecticons, or the Double Target Masters, or the Action Master characters, or... like, sure, Bludgeon is on there. He's in the obscure shelf, but it's like, he is. As popular of a character he is, he's never... like, he showed up in Cyberverse, I guess, but... otherwise, he's never showed up in anything. He's a comic book. He's famous for comics. That's about it. Like, that's an obscure character. Stuff like that. So it's like, yeah, he doesn't... He's from 1985. The only 1985 characters that should be declared obscure characters, the people that didn't show up in the show. Those would be the Deluxe Insecticons, the deluxe vehicles, that would be Roadbuster and Whirl, and Topspin and Twin Twist, which are the jump starters. Like, those are the only 85 characters that are that can be called obscure characters because they're not in the show. They were barely even in the comic either. In fact, I don't think any of them were outside the UK comic. In the US comic, they never appeared. None of those characters did. So it's like those are obscure characters. Everything else is like, oh, anything obscure counts for 1987 and beyond, like 1987 to 1990 for that shelf. Those are 99% of that shelf. It's 87 to 90. Like, sure, 87, they showed up in the show, but only for the last 4 episodes. I wouldn't say any of those characters are deserving of, like being in the, with the big characters. Like, the more popular characters. At least at the moment. It's like, if I made a second Decepticon shelf, which would be like for 86 like movie and beyond characters, I'm like, yeah, they would go there. Like, let's say we have Galvatron, Scourge, and Cyclonus, which I don't have any of those. Though I wouldn't mind getting Galvatron and Cyclonus at least. Don't really care for Scourge much, but I would get him just to complete the trio. Because it's like, I haven't gotten them yet because they don't go on the obscure characters, but they don't go with those, they don't fit with those Decepticons. Like, Season 3 characters, I should say. Transformers Season 3 characters. Because, like, technically, the Combiners beyond the Constructicons are technically 86 toys. They just showed up in the show in 85 first. They're early 86 toys. They came out before the movie did. So it's like, I wouldn't lump them in with like Galvatron and stuff like that. I would lump them in with Megatron. So yeah, it's like, I guess, like, even though technically Thrust would go more with Megatron than Galvatron, I would probably put him with Galvatron instead, because at that point it's like, well, the other Seekers aren't there, so they're the only Seekers left in the show. So they fit better with Galvatron, I think. I don't know. But yeah, I didn't get him. I did not get Thrust. I still might consider it. There's also the fact that next year we're getting a new Seeker mold, and that's inevitably going to be remolded into the Coneheads again. But I do really like how the Earthrise ones look aesthetically. They're not going to be as good as the new ones, that's for sure. But it's like, I love the aesthetics of the Earthrise toys. I love how detailed they look. The new ones are purely going for an animation look, and I'm just like, that looks so bad. Like, they're so basic looking. They don't mesh well with the currently existing toys. Their aesthetics are so different. Like, animation paint jobs I can excuse, because it's like, well, at least the base figure is still detailed. But like, the new Thundercracker is like super flat looking. Super smooth. There's like no sculpt detail at all because it's going for the cartoon look, and I'm just like I've heard like some people, like I remember reading like not long ago in like a TFW message, like comment thread, like people discussing if they continued the G1 show or whatever. I'm just like, they shouldn't do that. Remake it, maybe. That maybe improve the storylines in places, because those, but it's like, do not continue the show. Do not continue G1 as a series, because that would mean that people have to watch a 40-plus-year-old TV show to understand anything going on. Hello. I'm talking about why G1 Transformers as a TV series should probably not be continued. Because it's like, continue after Rebirth, which is like, it ends with Galvatron, the Decepticons, and Scorponok getting sent into space or whatever. But in Cybertron Revitalized, and I'm just like, that's such a weird way to start a TV show. Don't continue it. Like I'm saying, like remake the show. Don't say like, oh, if you want to understand anything, like don't just make like G1 season 5. Like redo seasons 1 through 3, and I guess Rebirth, because even though it's only 4 episodes, you could just lump that in with season 3, I guess. And then make a proper season 4. Like, don't just... Like, yeah, that's probably what they would do. They wouldn't... Like, yeah, have Rebirth be the part of start of season 4, and then actually continue it, instead of stopping the show after the first 4 episodes of season 4. Like, that's... If they were to do it that way. Don't just bring back the series where it left off, because it ended 40 years ago. It's like, I wouldn't be against them remaking the show, but it's just like, don't expect children to go and watch this to understand anything going on, even though it's free to watch on YouTube. Young kids don't even like to see old things sometimes. It's like, well, that's not true, but it's like I was fine watching G1, like, when I first discovered it like a decade ago, because it's like, oh, I used to watch Scooby-Doo as a kid, because they rerun stuff from this period of time all the time when I watch TV. It's like I was used to watching like Scooby-Doo, the Jetsons, stuff like this. I'm used to watching super old TV shows. But it's like some kids wouldn't be. They're used to much higher quality stuff, so it's like I don't think they would be like drawn away from that just because of that alone. Okay, I think I've run out of stone. Do I play GTA? No, I do not. I do not play GTA. I think the only time I've ever played it was with like share screen once. That was it. Or share play. It's the only time I've ever played GTA 5. It's just not my type of game. I have it. But I've never played it. I think I got it for a birthday or something once. Like a physical copy. I don't know where it is now, but I do have a physical copy of GTA 5. I've just never really played it. I think I logged onto it, made a character, but I'm like, I wasn't really happy with how the character turned out, and then it was like for like GTA Online or whatever, like, one of the things you had to do was drive, and I'm like, I was not good at it, so I just put it down for a bit. Being like, oh, I'll come back to it if people ask me to, and no one ever did. So, I never played it again. Yeah, I don't have any stone left. So this stream I have filled in this much stone with about, what was this? A double chest and 3/4 probably of stone, I would say. So I'm probably going to need another 2.5 double chests of stone. That's going to take a while. Well, I guess I'll get to work. Let's put... I'll keep a hold of this stuff, I guess. Let's take this out of here. That doesn't need to be there. So I guess the rest of this stream until I start working on it again is just me mining cobblestone and waiting for it to smelt. That's gonna be fun. Yeah, I don't need this much. Let's make 3 more pickaxes. Let's put this set in here. Am I out of sticks? I think I am. Why did I open that one? Let's grab that. It's weird this guy's not saying anything. Like, I answered his question. Did he also remember that I can't even play online right now? It's like there's no point in asking me to play GTA if I can't even play it. No one gave it a chance because it was old. I assume that's what you meant to say instead of cans. It's like, what type of movie was it? Was it an animated movie? Was it just a movie? Or was it an animated film? It's like, I don't know, it's like, at school when we would watch movies, there were always old movies. Like Mary Poppins or Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Or what was some other things? I forget, like, I don't know, I watched Bill Nye the Science Guy all the time. Or, which, that's not a movie, that's a TV show, but like stuff from the 90s, 60s, 70s, 80s, stuff like that. Which makes sense. Like, why would you show a kid something in school from like the current decade or to the previous decade, which only ended a few years ago? It's like, what was I going to do? Oh yeah, make sticks. That's right. It had puppets. It could be a Muppet movie, I guess. I don't know. There's a lot of things with puppets, and it all depends on what type of puppet it is. Dark Crystal, I guess, could be one. Like Jim Henson's Dark Crystal. There's a lot of, like, Jim Henson made a lot of puppet-related movies. It's gonna take forever for me to narrow that down, if I even could. There's too many. I don't really remember what type of movies I saw at school. Like, it didn't happen that often. But, I think I remember watching Chitty Chitty Bang Bang in music class in, like, elementary school, and I'm just like, I liked the movie, but I'm like, I hate music class. I don't remember why we watched it. Like, yeah, it's a very musical movie, but it's like, why did we watch this again? I don't remember. To be fair, I only saw it the one time, even though we have it on DVD, and and I saw it like 13-ish years ago. I remember watching Flubber. I don't remember why we watched that. It was probably a science class related movie. I I love watching like true crime documentaries. We watched those in like forensics class in high school. Troll King. Like, I don't know. Like, I can think of a few things, but I'm not going to name them because I'm not very familiar with them. Anyway, it's like saying you don't want to watch something because it's old is really dumb. Like, I remember I had a neighbor who lived next door. Liked him a lot. The son of like a very rich family, and besides for like one funny incident with like Balloons Tower Defense 5, which was pretty new at the time, where like he played it. I thought it was cool on his iPad or whatever, and he was like, "Oh yeah, you play it, you try it." And then the first time I played it, I beat his score, and I thought that was hilarious. But I remember one day I showed him like either Nintendo 64 stuff. Like I showed him a video. Get your baby brother back. Like I showed him like a video of like Nintendo 64 or PlayStation or something like that, and he found it disgusting or something because it was old, and I'm like, it's not like games didn't look like this that long ago. Like, yeah, PS3 looked pretty good, but I grew up with a lot of PS2 games as well. I'm like, they didn't look that much better than this. So, not that I ever thought about it. Like, I've never really thought about graphics as a kid. And at the time, that stuff was pretty good. But now it's like if you look at like Halo 1 or something, it's like, how the heck did, like, this looks terrible, but it's like back then it looked amazing. And it still looks alright. Like, it has a charm to it, but it's certainly better looking than like Final Fantasy VII. And Final Fantasy VII was apparently impressive back then, even though it's like, yeah, it's probably more because they were watching it on a CRT television instead of whatever. So its imperfections were a lot less obvious at the time. That's something you have to remember about old things. It's like they were designed with the stuff from their period of time in mind, obviously. So it's like older 2D games, for instance, look worse now than they did when they came out because CRT televisions would like smooth out the edges of the sprites and stuff, so they didn't look as blocky. Like, they still did, but not like to the same degree. Like the angles were not as obvious. I don't know, it's like one movie I'm thinking of that might be what you're thinking of is like Labyrinth with David Bowie, but I don't think that's it. Let's see. That might be it though. 1986 film. Yeah, I think you're probably thinking of Labyrinth. Look up Labyrinth, 1986 movie, and was that it? Like, I was like, I knew that sounded familiar. It's like, it's either Jim Henson's Dark Crystal or Labyrinth was... I was blanking on what it was called, but I'm like... The movie with David Bowie in it. It's like, I may not be like a film nerd, but I'm like, I was able to identify that. Because I was like, there's not many things it could be. Like, it's like Fraggle Rock, I guess. But that's not a movie, I think that's a TV show. And it's not really related to that either. It's just a puppet-related fantasy TV series. Like, I don't know, it's like, I have a decent knowledge of stuff that came before me, because when I watched TV, it was almost always rerun hour. I don't know why, but like, I grew up watching like 90s Cartoon Network shows, and old Warner Brothers shows and stuff like that. Because that's what Cartoon Network aired at that time I tuned in most of the time. So, like, I remember, like, when someone, like, if a teacher or something referenced something in school, I would be one of the few people to get it, and they would be surprised I would. And I'm like, my childhood was rerun hour. That is when I watch TV. So that's all I know. Not entirely, but it was like 50%. It's like, I've watched plenty of stuff from, like, a decade before I was born, and earlier. Okay, I don't think I needed to know that, but... yeah, let's see here. It's kind of interesting, like, I do wonder why so many people showed up at that stream like, 2 streams ago. I got, like, 300 views or something, and I'm just like, how and why did so many people show up? I wrote a description this time, so it's like, maybe that will bring more people in, but it doesn't seem to have done that. So it's like, maybe it's just I streamed at the right time, right place, and somehow they found it super interesting, but it's really no different than what I'm doing right now. Like, I don't know, I guess I had more work. Like, I was doing more than I'm doing now. Okay. Like right now, I'm just sitting next to this with the holding the trigger down. Whereas before, it's like, oh, I was actively moving around, breaking stone blocks, placing, like, filling up water, stuff like that. So it's like, I was doing a lot more before. Though funny enough, it's like, even though there was like 60 times the amount of people, the amount of chat was about the same. I haven't gotten any messages in a day or two, which is fine. Well, that's not actually true. So, the other stream, I mentioned this one guy who messaged me. Like, he kept saying hey to me over and over, like trying to get my attention or whatever. I'm like, I'll flipping read it when I get around to it. You don't need to send me this all the time. Like, he was disappointed that I didn't react to it or respond within literally a few seconds. So he said, hey, I saw your stream, do you want to be friends or whatever? And then, like, not even a minute later, he says hey, and then he says hey a few more times with his third message, like, hey, 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 and then he just did a hey, but super long. And then a few days ago, he texted me again. Like, that's the only message I responded to so far, and I said, what? To, like, his super long hey. And then he never gave me a response, and then a few days later, he finally did, but it didn't seem like a response to answering, like, my question or whatever. And then this morning, he sent another message, which also didn't make any sense in context. So it wasn't even a sentence, it was just a word. So I'm like, I have no idea what he wants. It's super strange. I don't know what his deal is. Like, I've encountered a lot of strange individuals when like sending me friend requests. I'm like, be patient, please. So I'll turn my volume down on my phone so I can look at this Ross video. It's just about Galvatron, isn't it? Yep. Nothing new there. There's some other cool things that have shown up at Ross recently as well. Like, not recently. Some of these have been showing up for like a month. Like Legacy United Tarn, Legacy United Ramjet, stuff like that. See, I haven't seen any of those. I haven't even seen Ferrac yet, and like, I've seen him reported a lot too, but I've never seen him. Is that Ross? Might have been. Yeah. That's a cool thing to see, Ross. How much was this? 15 bucks, really? So someone found at Ross the Moff Gideon's Imperial Light Cruiser hallway playset for TVC, which is like an Imperial hallway, and then it came with an exclusive Mandalorian figure for $15. Like, oh, I would, even though I don't have the space for that at all, and like that's a cool Mandalorian figure, so like I would get that for $15. Like Mandalorian Privateer. So just a generic guy. Apparently that was found for $15, which is pretty cool. I remember, I think, like the Ahsoka and 3 droids 4-pack for TVC showed up at Ross as well for around the same. Haven't seen that yet either. So like the 3 droids that help her at the end of the Clone Wars Season 4. That help her help Rex and then help her against the clones before they get killed. So it's like R7, the guy that looks like Chopper, or similar series, and then someone else. I forget what the other, maybe an R5, an R6, not an R6, R4, something like that. It's a cool set. I don't have that Ahsoka yet. So that would be the best way to get that Ahsoka, because you get a bunch of other figures with it, but for about the same as it would cost to get just her. But I haven't seen that yet. Another thing that's annoying about the new iOS, which is something I talked about the last stream, like a lot of the times now it doesn't ask me for my code, it asks me for my fingerprint. I'm like, yeah, this was an option before, but now it's doing that as default, which is weird to me. Not that it matters, I already have my fingerprint, I guess. It's just weird. Like, I'm so used to typing my passcode instead, so it's really strange that that's now the secondary option when that's been the primary option for like over 15 years. A little strange. Anything cool from Kakarot197? Just uploaded Gundam news. Anything cool? It's mostly stuff I don't care about, but I skimmed through it to see if there's any like kit or figures that I like, but usually not. Apparently GBO2 on PC is only now getting the G-Cannon Magna. It's funny. Sharizaku from G-Quux just got released in HD? Okay. That was announced a while ago. Yeah, nothing too serious from what I can see. Oh, did I ever go over the Black Series figures that were announced today? I don't think I did. It's so weird. Yeah, so the TVC figures are announced today were the Snowtrooper Commander, Greedo, General Veers, and Poggle the Lesser, and then for Black Series they did 2 2-packs. Just in case I forgot to mention this, I'll bring it up now. They were Misty and Cav from Scar Squadron, so like the Imperial version of Clone Force 99, to the point where they're called Task Force 99. Those characters showed up in the Marvel, like the more recent Marvel comics. I say more recent, they've been around for a decade now. Those types of comics, not those characters. They've probably been around for like 7 years or so. Maybe more. Anyway. Those characters showed up in the comics before Clone Wars Season 7 came out, but I think after the story reels for the initial Bad Batch arc in the Clone Wars were released on like StarWars.com. So they're definitely inspired by them. That's for sure. Yeah, so it's like, I think it's like, so it's Scar Squadron's Sniper and I forget what, and their jetpack guy. Sniper, obviously, there's a Bad Batch parallel with that, but the jetpack guy they did not have, so that's more unique, I guess. Like their aerial trooper. And then there's a Clones of the Republic pack, which is a series that Black Series does, like a subline of a Jedi and a clone. They release these two packs at like the Disney Store and Hasbro Pulse. I've only been to a Disney Store once, and it's like 4 or 5 hours from here. So, yeah, don't know if I'll ever see these, but it's Plo Koon. I think the Scar Squadron set's also going to come out at Disney Store as well. Plo Koon from the Clone Wars, so it's not a re-release of his Attack of the Clones Black Series figure. And Commander Wolf, which is a remake of his Phase 2 armor figure. They already made a Phase 2 armor Commander Wolf, but they released that like in 2018, I would say. Yeah, I think he came out before Commander Fox did, but after Captain Rex. So yeah, about 2017, 2018 is when they made that Commander Wolf. So now they made a new Phase 2 Commander Wolf using the newer body instead, which is cool. My only gripe with it is it's the Plo Koon is based on his first appearance in the show, and technically his design, even though it barely changed, like his design did change by the time Commander Wolf looks like that in his Phase 2 armor. So it's more like what Plo Koon should look like with Phase 1 Wolfpack troopers, not Phase 2 Wolfpack troopers. So a little odd that they would make that. But whatever, Hasbro's never made a figure of Plo Koon in his like Season 4, Season 5 look. They've never made that, so another truck or something. It's already 5. Have I been streaming for 3 hours? Probably. Let's go back to the stream. Okay, just in time. I just checked back on the stream after looking at videos real quick to see if anything cool's got announced for Gundam, and no, so I come back and I see you say you're back, so nice. I was just talking about the Star Wars figures that were announced today. I talked about like half of them at the start of the stream, and I think I didn't talk about the other ones, so I just talked about them all over again. Pretty neat figures. Usually with like Pulse, like Hasbro Pulse fan streams for Star Wars, it can be up in the air because a lot of the times they announce things that I just don't care about at all. It's like I prefer the vintage collection line because they're more space efficient and they go with figures that have been released for like over the last 20 plus years, so there's a lot more you can pull from that scale from the past, so like I prefer it that way. Can mix better with older stuff, but let's see, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I don't have enough yet. But usually it's Black Series that gets the most reveals, and then TBC might get like 1 or 2 things to stream, and they're usually not that interesting to me. So usually those streams are usually kind of disappointing, because it's like, make it even if you're going to do a stream. I've been streaming for 3 hours and 7 minutes and 37 seconds. Okay. Yeah, for like a good 30 minutes or something, I didn't keep track. I wasn't talking because there was a Roomba going off. You know, a robo vacuum. Just going around. I'm like, yeah, I probably should have started this stream later so I could have avoided this thing going off midstream. It was only like 20 minutes or less after I started it. I'm like, yeah, I probably could have waited. And I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna talk about this stuff and work on the wall over there. So basically I did this, but on the secondary platform all the way over there. I did this bit here. And I did pretty much 90% of it muted because of the Roomba. So I probably would have talked about these random subjects earlier if that hadn't happened. Let's see here. Oh yeah, I never talked about the stuff I saw at the comic shop as well the previous day. The previous day or the day before? It was 2 days before. So I went to my local comic shop with maybe the expectation to be the last time. I might go one more time. Last time of the year? Not last time ever, of course not. They usually get some cool things, and I was like, oh, I wonder if they'll get anything cool in around this time of year. Because you never really know. Because I don't know how they acquire things. I think people trade stuff in. I don't know if they like buy things and sell it later. I don't think they buy things online. I think people just bring stuff in. But anyway, they got a lot of stuff in, surprisingly. Because, like, sure, I hadn't gone in a few weeks, but not like a month. Like, maybe like 2-3 weeks, so 2.5 weeks had passed since I last been. It's like, oh, they got both HasLab Victory Saber and HasLab Deathosaurus for 400 and 300 respectively. Deathosaurus being the cheaper of the two. Not the first time I've seen those at a comic shop before. It's actually the second time. Though the first time I saw them, it was like 700 or 800 for both of them. You couldn't buy one or the other. You had to get both if you bought them. Then I saw some cool stuff like Transformers Prime Dark Energon Knockout, Dark Energon Wheeljack, and Dark Energon Bumblebee. Call your Roomba Rover. Okay. They got in Reveal the Shield Lugnut, which is a really rare figure now. When it came out, it apparently wasn't that desired to the point where it showed up at Ross, so discount stores. Ross, TJ Maxx, stuff like that. But now it's like, oh, where you could have gotten this figure for like on discount for like I don't know how much it was, probably like $15 or something at Ross back in like 2011. Now it's like the one they had at my comic shop was $175. And that's on the cheap end. They're more expensive online. So I'm like, geez, it's kind of funny. Like, you never know what figures that used to be stupid cheap for a period of time could become stupid valuable in the future. Okay. Because it's like some other examples that come to mind for like rare stuff that showed up at Ross around like 15 years ago, 13 years ago, something like that, that are now like pretty rare. It's like Star Wars The Clone Wars, Clone Trooper Buzz, and Bark Speeder, and Star Wars The Clone Wars ARF Trooper with ATRT, like Captain Keeley's unit, like Outer Rim Garrison. Those two vehicle packs from the Star Wars The Clone Wars line were meant to be Walmart exclusives, but I don't think they got a very good distribution, so they showed up at Ross. So that's where most people got theirs. And then around the same time those showed up at Raw slash TJ Maxx, like places like that, the same places also got in 2 Star Wars Clone Wars DVD packs, which were Obi-Wan and a 212th Clone Trooper, but what was different about the Clone Trooper was he had the headlights attached to his helmet. It's the only figure they ever released with those on. So it was a new head sculpt. People call that figure Gear Shift. I don't know if that's who it's supposed to be. I think Gear Shift they're both related to the Second Battle of Geonosis arc in the Clone Wars. So maybe that's the clone that's on the card that he came with, and that's why people call it Gear Shift, because that's the image they used. But I don't know if that's who it's supposed to be, because he wasn't named on the box. And then the other pack, which is more interesting, was Ahsoka and Clone Trooper Scythe. The Obi-Wan and the Ahsoka were not anything new. They were the same figures that came out back in like 2008, and these were meant to come out in like mid to late 2011. But then they were manufactured, but then maybe Walmart didn't want them anymore. I'm pretty sure those 2 DVD packs never hit store shelves. They never came out as they were intended, but they were still manufactured in pretty much good numbers, so they hit discount stores. And that's pretty much the only way people could find them. And they showed up at discount stores early the following year, early 2012. I'm trying to think here. It's kind of funny with the Obi-Wan as well. It's like, it was pretty much just a re-release of the figure from 2008, including the plastic like skirt piece kind of. Which is funny because between 2008 and 2011 or so, when that was meant to come out, they had improved that figure by giving it a cloth skirt piece instead that allowed the legs to move more. So it's funny that they re-released a lesser quality version of it, which is kind of funny. I don't know if he had like wear or anything on him. He may have. It may have been slightly different, but than the original release in 2008. Definitely came with less things. Like, he didn't have like the clone armor stuff, but it's kind of funny. Let's put this stuff in here before I continue to mine more cobble. Yeah, Clone Trooper Scythe was a lot more of a unique figure. Like, he was the only figure released from that clone unit. It's from the Brainworms episode. They did intend to release another 2-pack with 2 more figures. Tango Company, I think is what they were called. But those never came out. There's some of the few Clone Wars figures we know of that were canceled, like entirely, which is unfortunate, at least that we've seen. There was more meant for like 2013, but we never saw those. We just have listings for them that were found around the time that the line was canceled. And in those listings, there was a Tango Company 4-pack or whatever, which I could see being a combination of those 2 2-packs. The one that came out, so Ahsoka and Scythe, and then the 2 others that is either a 4-pack or a 5-pack, and the 2 others that didn't come out. Because obviously, in Hasbro's eyes, technically that DVD pack didn't come out. Like, it made it to people because they made it to discount stores, but because it didn't release the intended way, they probably saw it as not actually released, so they were worth trying to find another use for. So they probably intended to repurpose them for another release. So if the line continued to 2013, it's possible there could have been a battle pack or whatever released to re-release Scythe, and the other 2 that never came out. So, which I think were Havoc and what was the other one? I'll look it up. Let's see. Clone Wars canceled. Obviously you're gonna find like let's see here. JediDefender.com, which is a forum site from, these are specific posts. I talked about these on a stream long ago, but I don't think those streams are public anymore. So basically, for context, the Star Wars Clone Wars toy line lasted from when the show started to a little bit after, or around the time it ended. Basically, the show ended in early 2013. It had its final run, final few episodes air on Cartoon Network, and then right after that, I don't think they ever aired it again because Disney bought Lucasfilm, and Disney didn't want them to air it. I don't know if they ever aired the show as reruns on Disney XD. I never saw that, but they may have. I don't think they did though, because Clone Wars was a little bit of a slightly, like, it was a bit too mature for Disney XD, which in some places, so they didn't really like it. That's why they didn't bother to continue it. Besides the fact also Clone Wars was far more expensive to produce than any animated Star Wars show to come after it. At least at the time. Bad Batch is about as good as Clone Wars Season 7 is, quality-wise, so, but there was far less episodes in Bad Batch, though they did release 3 seasons, so I don't know how that works. But at least back in the early 2010s, Clone Wars was super expensive to produce. Maybe it's gotten cheaper, I don't know. I think it'd be more expensive, but anyway. Like, the reason Clone Wars got so good by the end of its original run was because it's like, they didn't have a budget. They had pretty much an unlimited budget because it was George Lucas funding it himself. They didn't get their budget from, like, Cartoon Network. At least, they didn't get most of it from Cartoon Network. So let's see. So here's, so this was a, so on JediDefender.com forums, these are posts made October 30th, 2013, called Canceled the Clone Wars Toys, Sad Face. And these, like, at some point I might want to make a video on this, but I made, like, one of the first community posts I made were about these. So I'd love to make a video about these figures that never came out, that we never have seen. Basically, the first wave, so the toy line lasted from 2008 to 2013. But 2013 is kind of, there should be an asterisk by around 2013, because there was one item in the US released in 2013, which was a Pio First ARF Trooper and AT-RT. It's a pretty low budget vehicle set because the figure's quality was lesser than the individual carded figures, like plastic wise and paint wise. The vehicle was fine, and then for whatever reason he came with a like, for whatever reason the 2013 vehicle packs and sets came with 2 figures instead of just 1. So he came with a tactical droid, which is the final tactical droid release, and the final ARF Trooper figure release as well. It was the tactical droid that was on Geonosis that worked done and oversaw the super tanks in the Second Battle of Geonosis arc. Another figure from the Second Battle of Geonosis arc. They made a lot of figures for that. Not that I'm complaining, because that was a great arc of the show, but that was season 2. So they barely made that many figures for season 3, and especially season 4. Anyway, that came out in the US. That was the only Clone Wars specific item to come out, I think, in 2013 in the United States. But there was a wave of single carded figures that did come out that year. They were announced at SDCC, or Toy Fair, but they didn't release in the United States. They released in test markets, so like Canada, the UK, Australia, stuff like that. They released there, their American run never got produced for whatever reason, or at least if they ever were, no one ever found them. They definitely didn't hit the US. Those figures were mostly re-releases of harder to find previous year figures, or figures from previous years, like Savage Press in his armor. That got a re-release, even though it previously got a re-release the previous year, so a little weird. So it got 3 releases. Darth Maul with his robot legs, the only Darth Maul from the Clone Wars line they ever made. That got a re-release. It was previously released in 2012 in a Darth Maul Returns battle pack, which is 3 figures, which is Darth Maul, Savage Press's armor. Even though weirdly, that Savage Press's armor didn't come with his lightsaber. He only had his, like, staff thing, which could shoot out like a missile. Even though the original armored Savage did come with a lightsaber, and so did this single card re-release. Commander Cody got a re-release, like Phase 2 Commander Cody from the previous year. And then every figure, I think, after that was slight updates. So like they released the battle droid again, but now it could like swivel its arms so it could hold its gun with 2 hands, for instance. Or maybe they improved its knees. I don't know, something like that. Maybe both. I think the R2 they released that wave was brand new, or a repaint of an astromech that was not painted into R2 before. The Anakin and Obi-Wan figures came with new head sculpts that were closer to the TV show. And then Captain Rex was made less dirty, which is not as accurate to the show, but whatever. And he was given knees. I don't know why, but besides for Commander Cody, every Commander figure that came out in 2012 was not given knees. So Commander Wolf doesn't have knees. Commander Fox doesn't have knees. The original Phase 2 Captain Rex doesn't have knees. But they did release him with knees the following year, and he came with a proper Z6 rotary blaster, which was the only Z6 rotary blaster that wasn't meant to fire a missile, released until the heavy weapons stormtrooper from Jedi Fallen Order and TBC, which I think came out like 3 years ago. So, kind of funny. And then the only brand new character in that 2013 Clone Wars wave was the 501st Jet Trooper from Clone Wars Season 5. It's a repaint of the Clone Trooper Phase 2 armor from 2012 with a jetpack. You'll recognize that character from Battlefront 2 because in later updates they changed the default appearance. Like obviously the Jet Trooper in Battlefront 2 was always based off that design, just with different colors. But in later updates they added the proper 501st version and made it the default version of the Jet Trooper in the game. So like we've gotten new merchandise of the 501st Jet Trooper now because of that. So it has a Black Series figure now, it has a Funko Pop, it probably has another thing I'm not aware of. But anyway, it showed up in Clone Wars Season 5 first. I don't remember exactly which episode it was. It was barely noticeable. It was like they were standing in a gunship with Captain Rex or whatever, and the gunship doors were closed, so it was shadowy in there. But they were in there. I think it was on Cato Nemoidia, I believe. It's like related. I think it was related to the scene where Anakin's Jedi Interceptor, which the episode 3 style, which was introduced in that episode, was like taken out by dozens of buzz droids. I think it was that episode, because I can't really think of what else from Season 5 would have been. They would later show up again in Clone Wars Season 7 under the bridge on Arcana, maybe? That sounds familiar, but I don't think that's correct. I forget if that's the name of the planet. It looked like the Golden Gate Bridge. It's the opening scene of the final arc of Star Wars The Clone Wars Season 7. Tons of them show up under the bridge. They're hanging under the bridge with Captain Rex and R2-D2. That's their most famous scene in the show, but technically they were created and shown, and they showed up earlier. They were just barely noticeable because the episodes they probably would have featured more in were canceled. They never came out. But anyway, that figure, that Fireverse Jet Trooper came out. He is the only figure in the entire Star Wars The Clone Wars line that's from Season 5 specifically. The only figure from Season 5. Every other figure is from Season 4 to Season 1. He is the only Season 5 specific figure in the entire toy line, which is so interesting to me. But he wasn't meant to be meant to be that way. He wasn't meant to be the only one. Because on this leak list, to go back to JediDefender.com, we have listings for the second wave, and maybe the third wave, and maybe the fourth, I don't know, of single-carded figures that would have come out that year, plus a few other things. So we have Captain Rex and another Captain Rex. Doesn't specify what they were. So I'm like, are these meant to be a second and third Captain Rex releases? Was one of these a Phase 1 release? Probably not. It would have been neat if one of these was like Rebel outfit Captain Rex, like on Onderon. That would have been cool. But that's not clear because they're both of these figures, even though they have different codes for their names. Like, one of them is A1597, the other one is A5085. So they're two different figures. They're two different figures from at least two different waves. So, and I doubt they would have been the same figure from wave 1 of that year. Hello. I'm talking about a bunch of random things, but right now I'm talking about canceled Star Wars The Clone Wars action figures that never came out because of Disney's purchase of Lucasfilm. I don't know if you'd be familiar with that series. Very popular, famous Star Wars animated series. With Disney's purchase of Lucasfilm in late 2012, the show got canceled past its 5th season. Its 6th season and later a 7th season did come out. The 6th season released in 2014 because of they already were very far along in season 6's production. So like half of it was already done. So they released what they had finished, or what they had close to finished. So they finished up what they were already close to done with. But season 6 got released only with like half of its episodes finished. Just about. So it's like 12 episodes instead of 24. I think. Maybe a little over half. Maybe like 3/4. Probably less than 3/4. 2.5/4 out of the episodes were released. I don't know what you mean by that. I'm going to continue to talk about the subject. Right now, if you're wondering if you're even still here, I can't tell. I am working on my end-based project. I am currently filling up this hole. And I'll fill up this hole in this stream, and I'll do the other ones like this off camera, because I don't need to do the same thing 4 times on camera. I just need to do it once, just to show what I did. You just said the same thing again. Huh. Well, until that person says anything of substance, I guess, I'll just continue talking about the subject I was talking about. So I mentioned the 2 Rex figures. Not really sure what those could have been, because they already released a previous Rex figure, a different Rex figure in the previous wave, so I doubt it would have been the same figure 2 waves in a row, and then another variation. Who knows? It's not like he has that many outfits in the show. Then there was a Ahsoka figure. Probably a re-release of the Season 3 Ahsoka figure, which never got a re-release. So that figure is pretty expensive now because it never got a re-release. Probably would have had a new head, just like the Obi-Wan and Anakin that released around the same time that figure originally did. The first wave, those 2 got re-releases with new heads, so I imagine she may have gotten a new head, or her head was good enough, so they probably would have just reissued her. Darth Maul, part of this wave as well, so I'm guessing that's a new Darth Maul, not a re-release of the 2012 one, so this is probably him without his initial robot legs. So him with his better robot legs from Season 5, which would have been awesome. Yoda, probably just a reissue would be my guess of the Yoda from 2010 or so. Maybe slight improvements made. Jedi Temple Guard. That's big. That's a cool figure, because until this year, the only Jedi Temple Guard figure ever released was a 5 POA, so 5 points of articulation figure, released around the time of the Star Wars Rebels line. That was the only Jedi Temple Guard released before this year, and the one we got this year was a Black Series figure. I'm still waiting for a TVC one. So that would have been another Season 5 specific figure confirmed. So, another Season 5 figure to add to the only one we ever got. Maul probably was also Season 5 specific, I would guess. I don't know if he got the new robot legs. He maybe got it at the end of Season 4, now I think about it. Anyway. That's not the biggest one, though. Pong Krell was going to get a figure. The only action figure, I wouldn't call it an action figure, the only merchandise I think we've ever gotten of him, ever, was a Lego minifigure released in 2013, so the same year these figures would have come out. He came in the Lego Z95 Headhunter, which is also the only Lego set that vehicle's ever gotten. The only other merchandise I'm aware of that's ever made a Z95 outside of like a trading card would be like the micro vehicles that are coming out right now. They made a Z95 not long ago and they've reissued it a few times. Might want to get that because I do like the Z95. But Pong Krell would have gotten an action figure. The main villain of the Umbara arc. He would have gotten an action figure. That's such a shame because that's such a cool figure and people have wanted a character and people have wanted a figure of him for over 12 years. People wanted Black Series figures of him. People wanted TVC ones. He's usually pretty high on the like TVC bracket people run. And yet he still hasn't gotten one. He might get one soon. In Black Series, I think. He might. Maybe. But that's still not 100% confirmed, but I think I've heard rumors about that recently. So he might finally get a figure. There's a few other ones. R5P8. I'm trying to think who that was. Actually, now I think about it, that's think that's Hondo's droids. It's like an R5 astromech with like shark teeth on it and a gun mounted to its head. I think that's who that is, if I remember correctly. That got a Black Series figure for Galaxy's Edge, I think, so that has gotten a figure finally. Not the scale this would have been, but Hasbro did make a figure of that eventually. And then the other really cool one that unfortunately never came out was Rako Hardeen, which is the bounty hunter Obi-Wan disguises himself as. Basically, Rako Hardeen, actual Rako Hardeen, quote-unquote, kills Obi-Wan, but he was hired by Obi-Wan to do it. So then they, like, knock out, like, the Jedi Council hires Rako to do it, though he doesn't know that. So then later on, like, so he can go undercover. So they fakes his death. They fake Obi-Wan's death. He becomes, with like the use of a thing that goes in his throat or whatever. He like, it changes him to look just like Rako Hardeen, and he goes undercover as him into the box, which is like a test of like strength for bounty hunters or something, in a plot to assassinate Chancellor Palpatine. Really cool, awesome arc. The only merchandise I'm aware of for Rako ever was a Lego minifigure that yet again came out around this time. So that's another really sad release that never came out. Then there's a Kashyyyk Warrior. I've heard that this might be intended to have been Chewbacca instead of a random Wookiee, because I'm like, Star Wars Clone Wars would never cover random Wookiees, I think, until like late season 6. And that never got around to being made, or even early season 7, the original intended season 7. So that never happened. There's other figures too. There is Star Wars Clone Wars basic, I'm guessing the BSC figure Red Leader. I'm not really sure what that is. Could be, for whatever reason, for the original like single-carded Commander Colt release, they called him like Red Leader ARC Trooper. So maybe that would have been a reissue of him. I'm not sure. Could have been a clone pilot. Battle Pack Ambush in the Outer Rim. I have no idea what that is. Clone Wars Battle Pack Y-Wing pilots. Probably more random clone pilots, which would have been cool. It would have been awesome to get more releases of the Phase 2 clone pilot mold, because that was only ever used once. So if I had to guess, that may have been what that was. Like, there were some really cool Phase 2 clone pilot designs that they made for the TV show that just never got figures. The Phase 2 clone pilot design is from Star Wars: The Clone Wars is very underused in terms of media and merchandise. Like recently, not recently, it was like 4 years ago now, but when I originally talked about the subject, I think on stream, it was kind of recent. Star Wars Black Series got a Phase 2 clone pilot for like the 10th anniversary of the Twilight, not the Twilight, like 15th maybe? No, it was the 40th anniversary of Lucasfilm. What year was that? 2021? It's probably not related to the anniversary of the show. They released 4 figures at Target in special like Clone Wars packaging. Obi-Wan, Anakin, and then like 2008 Clone Wars packaging, so like the first packaging the toy line had. Those made sense. But then they did ARC Trooper Echo, so the first ARC Trooper figure Black Series ever got. Little weird that they put him in that card back, because by the time his figure would have maybe come out, they never made him originally. By the time his figure would have maybe come out, it would have probably been around 2011 or so. So that, if they ever did get around making him, so a little strange. And then Clone Pilot Hawk, who probably would have been released around this time if they ever did release him. He probably would have been in this Y-Wing Pilots pack. Like, that's the only other figure. Well, and then Hot Toys a few years ago made a Clone Pilot which came with options to become a Phase 2 Clone Wars clone pilot. Because it's just, oh, change the chest box out, change the head, done. Like, it's an evolution of the... more related to the Attack the Clones clone pilot than the Revenge of the Sith one. So, that was cool. But, like, otherwise, besides those two, the clone pilot figure that they released in 2012, which is the only 3 3/4 one they've ever made, and then the 501st clone pilot, released in Lego in 2013, those are the only things I'm aware of. Maybe the micro figures come with those as well, but based on that design. But otherwise, those are the only ones I'm aware of that are using that design, which is unfortunate because I think that's my favorite clone pilot design. Let's see, we have Clone Wars Boba and Speeder. Not entirely sure what that would be. It's probably just a re-release of the Young Boba Fett they released before. I kind of doubt it's related to the cancelled episodes that never came out. Cad Bane in disguise. That's a bit like vague as well. Blue Royal Guard. It's probably Senate guards. I don't know if these were single card releases or not. Yeah, probably basic figures, so I'm guessing. So maybe a single card release of the Senate guards, like the blue Senate guards. So that is Senate Commandos, so pretty cool. Zero the Hutt was going to get a figure. I don't even know if a Clone Wars Jabba came out, so that would have been interesting. But Zero does make sense in terms of, like, he was a villain some of the, or like an interesting character in some of the earlier episodes of the series. Delta II Starfighter with hyperspace ring. Hyperspace rings are barely used in the show, but that would have been a cool vehicle anyway. Assault on Grievous's lair. So probably like Kid Fisto, Nadar Veb, Grievous. Whatever the fourth figure would have been, because battle packs came with 4 figures, who knows? It could have been Grievous's like butler droid, it could have been like Commander Vil or whatever. Who knows? I would have personally preferred the clone commander, but whatever. But that's a cool idea that they never got around to making. Mini Gungan sub with Kit Fisto, so another Kit Fisto release. I think these were all 2013 releases. These were all found in like a customer service-ish leak thing that happened in, obviously, October in 2013. So the line had already been canceled for like a few months there, but somehow, someway, someone got this information out there. Let's put all this stuff away. I don't remember if I read some of these last time. Let's see here. I remember, yeah, here's some more. We have Shadow Magna Guard. I have no idea what the heck this would have been, because that's probably just a toy line only concept. My only guess related to the TV show for what this could have been would be the yellow-eyed Magna Guards, in that one at the very end. They show up at the very end of the undercover Obi-Wan arc, and they fight Anakin after they fight Anakin along with Count Dooku when they like ambush him and Palpatine at like a dinner table somewhere on Naboo. So that's the only other one I can think of, because there wasn't really any Magna Guard variants in the show beyond like the standard one in that. And they do show up in the shadows because it's a darkly lit scene. That's about it. That's all I can think of for what that would have been. Why is there no bucket here? They already took it out. Yeah, probably. Shock Trooper. That's another big one that we never got. Basically, like Star Wars: The Clone Wars in its later run didn't make that many clones, probably because they just didn't make much in 2012. So the Phase 2 Clone Trooper mold barely got used. If you count the clone pilot, like the Phase 2 pilot, it only got 5 uses. It got the standard White Trooper, which was its first release, which I had as a kid. You got the... You got Sinker and Boost from the Ultimate Gift set later that year. It's like a cool Battle Pack style set released for the holidays. You got obviously the Clone Pilot, which used parts from that figure. And then you got... Where's my other bucket? Did I miss one? I think I missed one somewhere. Where's the bucket? I'm not seeing it. There it is. Okay. And then you got the 501st Jet Trooper, so only 5 uses. And only 4 separate releases. Which is so unfortunate for how much potential that mold had. Especially considering how many different types of clone troopers showed up. I think like 16 different ones showed up throughout the show in Phase 2 armor. Though, to be fair, some of those were in Season 4 or Season 7, so some of those would have never been made in the line, but still, it's like the Shock Trooper showed up in the show before its cancellation. The 91st showed up in the show before its cancellation. The 212 did. Like some very obvious things. They never even made a standard 501st Trooper. Never mind like the named characters as well. Like, such a waste of a mold. They had so much potential for it, and it never got used for like it's weird. It like got used for like the most like obscure options. Regular white one makes sense. That's a standard. Really, that's what you should have done first, and that's what they did. But like 501st Jet Trooper, he was barely even in the show. Though I'm happy they made him, because it's like it's his only 3 3/4 figure so far, and it's the only figure released in the entire line that's specific to Season 5, so that's kind of funny. Otherwise, it's like Sinker Boost are cool, but I would have gone with a regular Wolfpack Trooper instead. And they never even made any regular troopers beyond the white one, so it's like it's really strange. Okay, so yeah, Shock Trooper would have been great to get, because we had, like, obviously Captain Rex had the 501st Jet Trooper to go with, I guess. Commander Cody never really got anybody specific, unless you want to group the white troopers with him, because you saw more white troopers with the 212th and the 501st, I think. At least in the later seasons. Then why am I doing this? I'm just doing it to do something. Then obviously Commander Wolf got Synchron Boost, but Commander Fox, which is the only other clone commander they did, so one of the 4, never got a figure to go with him. Like, I guess you could stretch it and say also Captain Rex has the ATRT driver to go, not the RF Trooper to go with him. Even though it being a pure repaint isn't accurate, it should have a different head at least. So, but it's close enough. It's meant to be a Phase 2 trooper, even though it isn't. That's what it's meant to be. They just got lazy and cheap. But, so yeah, Commander Cody didn't really get anybody to go with, but you could give him the white troopers. But Commander Fox got nobody. Nobody. So it's cool to see that they wanted to give him a trooper to go with him, but they never got around to it, unfortunately. They got close, but they didn't. They ran out of time. Another really cool one. Super Tactical Droid Kraken. To this day, we have still not gotten a Super Tactical Droid. Not a single Super Tactical Droid figure. To this day. The only merchandise I think it's ever gotten was like a miniature in like a miniatures game. And that was only a few years ago. It has still not gotten an action figure. Probably because it doesn't show up that much, but still, it's like, really? And Kraken's especially an interesting choice, because he is the super tactical droid that was on Ringo Vinda. That was like the first few episodes of Season 6, so... But that does match up, because Season 6, if it was allowed to be completed 100% and air on Cartoon Network, would have come out in late 2013, around the time that these figures would have come out. So it makes sense that he would have been put into production, or like he would have been considered for an action figure. It's weird they didn't do Kalani to me, because he was the first super tactical droid we saw, and would have definitely been, like, obviously if he was shown up first, he would have been the first one you'd consider, because it's the only one you're aware of. So I don't know why they chose Kraken instead to do, but it's cool to see that, oh yeah, they were considering doing a Season 6 figure. But that's unfortunate that that didn't come out, because we still don't have a super tactical droid. Neither in 6-inch or in 3-1/4. And here's the Tango Company 4-pack I talked about before. 4-pack Tango Company. Probably because it's not a single release, it has a different number code. So let's say Kraken and the Shock Trooper, like Shock Trooper's code was A2427, and Kraken's was A1804. Like, because they're part of the single card figures. But the Tango Company 4-pack was 33115. My guess would be that would have been obviously Scythe, Havoc, whoever the other one was that got canceled, and maybe Ahsoka, or it could have been a 4th Tango Company figure that we never saw. So there's that. And then there's another set which is pretty vague. Special Ops. Special Ops, that's another multi-pack of some sort. Who the heck knows what that was? My only guess is, like, maybe they would have been like the Special Ops clone troopers, so like either the camo ones or the stealth ship clones. I think the stealth ship clones would have been a cooler set personally, but we got both of those teams pretty much anyway. The Special Ops, like Geonosis troopers, they got a 2-pack release with like a Geonosian, and then Commander Jet came out single carded, and then also the Flame Trooper came out single carded. So all three of those guys did come out, whereas the Special Ops Troopers, or the Stealth Ops Troopers, got a single card release at mass retail. Commander Blackout came out as a Toys R Us exclusive. He came out first, so it's kind of funny. Those two figures aren't very consistent. Commander Blackout's a lighter color because it came out earlier, so they color corrected it for the regular Trooper later, which is weird. But we never got Spark, which is like the named guy that isn't Blackout in that episode. He's like the rookie. We never got him. And we never got the stealth ship pilot. So that would have been a cooler pack to me. But because it's Special Ops, and in the toy line, the desert camo guys were called Special Ops Troopers, I'm guessing it would have been those guys instead. So let's say you get a 3-pack. You get Ki-Adi-Mundi, Commander Jet, maybe a 4-pack. So Ki-Adi-Mundi, Commander Jet, a Standard Trooper, and a Flame Trooper. That's my guess. But all those figures already came out, so they're not new, but that would have been an interesting 4-pack at least. I guess it could have been more than 4 figures, but most of the time they did 4-packs. Or even 3-packs. Because it's not specified how big this set is. Who knows? Pretty vague. It could have been other things. I don't know. Is there anything else? I don't think there's anything else here. Yeah, I think that's everything. So, a lot of cool stuff that got canceled from the line, unfortunately. But that was just, they were casualties of Lucasfilm being bought by Disney, so that's unfortunate. So I hope to finish this, but it could take hours to get to this. And I'm like, I want to eat things. Like, I haven't eaten anything since this stream started. This is gonna take a while. Because I only got like, say, a 4th way through it, maybe a 3rd. And that was like a double chest in 3/4. So this is going to take a long time. It's like, I guess I'm almost done filling up 1 double chest, but this is going to take forever. This just shows you how long it takes to do this kind of stuff. Let's see here. Like, I do a lot of work on this off camera. There's a spear, by the way. But I wanted to fill up one of these just to show what goes into this, so when I do the rest of them off camera and do another stream later when I'm gathering the dirt and grass, you'll know what I did. But I might not actually finish it on stream today because this is just taking too long. I'll at least do half of one of this, because and then maybe I'll do a stream where I finish the other half. I don't know. The other half of just one of these, because I have to do this 4 times. Is my voice cracking? Maybe. So this is going to take a while. Yeah, so it's cool to talk about the Clone Wars figures again. Yeah, I never really talked about the other stuff. Unless I did. Oh, when was this? Yeah, I maybe mentioned this in the previous stream? I probably did. I guess I'll go over the stuff I saw at the comic shop again. So obviously I mentioned Haslab Death Source and Victory Saber. Real the Shield Lugnut. Yeah, I mentioned this before, but Legacy United, Bludgeon, and Ruckus. And sprinkled in there was a little mini-con for $5 that was BotCon 2008 Rampage for $5. Another comic shop I've been to, a collectible store I've been to, had him. They got him in with the other figures from that convention that he came with originally. Basically, BotCon 2008 was very unique in terms of how it did things. Like, most BotCons with souvenir packs would just include 2 figures and that's it. But for BotCon 2008, they did souvenir packs of 2 figures plus a mini-con. At least for 2 of them. So, like, because you also got a mini-con as well, an extra mini-con with the box set. So you got 5 figures and Razor Claw as a mini-con. So Shattered Glass Razor Claw in the box set. And then in 2 of the souvenir bags, you got Megatron and Rodimus with what was his name? The Vulture. I'm trying to think what his name is. You usually think of it, but whenever I'm talking about it on like camera or whatever, I can never think of it. What was his name? G1 Predacons. Dive Bomb. There we go. Yeah, so you got Shattered Glass Dive Bomb. I don't know if they use that name or not, because obviously trademarks can be an issue sometimes. So you got Dive Bomb with... So you got Razor Claw with the box set. You got Dive Bomb with Megatron and Rodimus. And then you got Rampage with Sideswipe and Mirage. And for BotCon 2008, Sideswipe used the Armada Wheeljack mold, so he was an Autobot turned Decepticon. But that means he's a good guy, because in Shattered Glass, it's morality flip. So the Decepticons are the good guys, the Autobots are the bad guys. So the souvenir packs usually came with 1 good guy, 1 bad guy. But yeah, it's like, that collectible store got in, of course, Shattered Glass Rampage, but they also got in the 2 figures he came with, which were Mirage and Sideswipe. And then they got a 4th figure from BotCon 2008 in as well, which was Ricochet, which was the attendee figure for that convention. I don't know how, like, to get that you had to buy, like, the Primus package or whatever, which was, like, a package that obviously allowed you to go to the convention, like a ticket price thing. Where it's like, you go to the convention, you get the box set when you arrive, and then you also get a free figure with it. So, he was included with that. That's the only way you could have got him. So, trying to think how much they were. I think I'll probably just look at it, because I have a photo album on my phone of every BotCon figure I've seen in person. Where is it? There we go. I updated this recently because I hadn't added any new ones this year. Let's see, so Shattered Glass Sideswipe with his mini-con, which is separate from Rampage, was like $150. Mirage was, or Blur was the same. Did I say Mirage up until now? I meant Blur. I don't know why I said Mirage. There's no Shattered Glass Mirage, not to my knowledge. I don't know why I thought it was Mirage. I meant Blur. Because even like he's like a repaint with a new head of Armada Blur / Cybertron Blur, but every single use of that mold besides like one are Blur. So I'm like, of course it's Blur. Both really cool figures. And then Ricochet was 200 because of course he's rarer than those two. They got a bunch of other Shattered Glass figures in at the same time. Like for a while I think they had the BotCon 2012 box set. They still have it to this day. For like $500 to get that. Which it's a cool box set. It's the only box set they released with 6 figures instead of 5. Excluding the 2008 one. Because I guess Razor Claw is an extra figure, but really he doesn't count. That's a mini-con. The 2012 box, it was only a year where you got 6 deluxes. Or not even deluxes, 6 full proper figures. So I wouldn't count the 2008 box set, I guess. Except actually, I think the 2005 one had 6 as well. But they got in Kickover from BotCon 2012. He's not really a Shattered Glass figure, but related. They got Optimus from BotCon 2012, which was his souvenir figure pack-in. They got Shattered Glass Dark Mount, which was the attendee figure for BotCon 2012. So 2 attendee figures in this glass case. I've seen Shattered Glass Dark Mount twice, both here and at my local comic shop. They used to have him for $75. I think someone did finally buy him this year. He was sitting in there for about a year and a half or so, maybe longer. I was considering getting him, but I just never got around to it. If I find him again for that much, I might consider it, but he's jumped up in price a lot recently. Because it's like, I would love to own a BotCon attendee figure, because I don't own any attendee figures, or even box set figures yet. And he's one of the few that I like, so... Out of the 3 attendee figures that I'm considering, which are Animated Physitron, Machine Wars Starscream, and Darkmount. For Physitron, I already have the Auto Trooper from the same convention, so it's just going to be a repaint of that. For Starscream, I already have Space Case from Dark the Moon, so it's the same mold, just a different head, so at least there's still some draw there, even though I could get Depth Charge and have the same head as well, because that's just the original figure's head. But I really like the Starscream over Depth Charge. So Darkmount, I don't have the Generations Darkmount / Straxus figure. I don't have that, so that would be a brand new mold for me. So that's a big draw to why I would want that. It is a cool figure, but it's like I already have one golden BotCon figure, which is Electro from 2013. I saw them both at the same time because my local comic shop. I got Electro from my local comic shop, and they had Shattered Glass Straxus first. But yeah, like they had Darkmount up until at my local comic shop until earlier this year. Eventually I saw that he disappeared from the glass case, but I was like, did someone buy him? Then I saw he was on the desk, like the work desk that someone works at, that's behind like the like proper desk, like where the computer is, where they do like their inventory and stuff. I was just sitting at the desk. I'm like, why is that there? I wondered. I'm guessing someone like said, oh, can you hold this for me so I can buy it a few weeks from now when I have money for it? That's my guess. So they just took it out of the case so no one would buy it or whatever. Because it's not like people haven't reserved things before. Like earlier this year, my local comic shop got in a G2 Colossus. So the G2 re-release of Euro G1 Clench. they were selling him for like 200, 250 or so, and I didn't have the money for it, but also they said, oh yeah, someone's bought this already. We're going to give it to them at the next convention we attend in like upstate. so it's like, oh, okay, so it was already reserved. So I'm like, I wonder how that works. Did that people like contact them through their Facebook or something? I don't know. But yeah, it's like, if someone hadn't done that with Traxxas, I may have considered it by the end of this year. Like, if he was still there right now, I would probably consider it. But he's gone now, so I'll probably just have to wait until I see him a third time, if that ever happens. And hopefully he's not hundreds of dollars, like I've seen him on eBay. And more like what I saw him the first 2 times, which was around 75, 80 bucks. So I don't remember how much this one was, because it was a figure I'd already seen before, I didn't take a picture of this second one I saw. So, like, sure, I hadn't seen him there, but I didn't really take a good picture of him. Anyway, back to Rampage. The only difference between the Rampage for $5 at my local comic shop and the one at the other one is the other one, they know what it is, which I'm sure they don't at my local comic shop, and 2, he has his card. So at the other one, so they're selling for $5 at my place without his card, and at the other one with his card, they're selling him for $100, 20 times more. So I'm like, heck it, if he's still there the next time I go, and like maybe tomorrow or Saturday, I might get him with like some other cheap item. Like they've had what's his name, I forget. It's basically a G2 Hooligan in Jetfire colors, which was a figure released as part of Robot Masters, which was like a Transformers anniversary line released in like 2004. Kind of. I don't know why it would be in the anniversary line, but yeah, like for the US it makes sense, but in Japan the anniversary would be 90. It would be 85, so it would have made more sense to do it in 2005. But for the 20th anniversary of Transformers in general, I guess Takara released an anniversary line in 2004. Let's see. Transformers Robot Masters. Like, I've seen a few Robot Masters figures show up at my local comic shop. Like, currently, I think they have, I've seen a few this year. Like, one comic shop I went to, up north had Lio Convoy from that line. And then the other collectible store that I've been talking about got in Robot Masters Star Saber and Victory Leo. But my local comic shop got in Robot Masters Optimus Prime. They've gotten in like Robot Masters Burning Convoy, which is like the clear red version of Optimus Primal. They've gotten in okay, here's this figure. R-Blade. R-Blade is the Jetfire colored Hooligan figure. They have him without his missile or his gun. It's just him. But I'm like, he's a nice cheap little figure. I might consider getting him because I always thought he was cool. My comic shop has also gotten in Robot Masters Starscream, Skywarp, and Thundercracker. They've gotten those in as like loose figures over like the last year. So I saw like all 3 of them last year. They've gotten in, who else? Who else have they gotten in? I forget. I don't remember. seem to have forgotten. I don't remember. Where are they? The repaint of PS4 Snarl, I forget his name. If I scroll down in these pictures enough, I'm sure I'll see him eventually. Where is he? Bound Rogue, that's right. Yeah, so they've had Bound Rogue for a while. I'm like, oh, that's a neat figure. Like a blue Tasmanian devil. And then they've had, like, is it Pangolin? I don't remember what it was. It was like a golden colored pangolin or armadillo or something. I think a pangolin, though. I forget his name because I don't think I've ever really looked it up before. But they've had both of that and Bound Rogue for a very long time, but I'm like, but they could have those priced at like $50 or something. I'm like, no, I'm not paying $50 for that. For a Beast Wars basic. At least not one that I care about a lot. Like, oh, I would pay an okay amount for like Razor Beast or something, but not not those two. Like some figures I would like to get from Robot Masters would be like Wrecker Hook would be cool, Wing Stun would be cool, Double Face would be neat. What's his name? Not False Convoy, is it? Reverse Convoy. Love to get that figure. Stuff like that, like those would be cool. So it's December 11th. 14 more days. So 2 weeks until Christmas. On Mercari the other day, I remember last stream I talked about like some things I was considering maybe getting after Christmas. Battery level's low. That should still give me another hour or so, so that should be fine. One of them was Masterpiece Soundwave, US one. I got an offer to get one for like $170 or so, but I didn't get it. Someone eventually did buy it. Someone paid full price for it, which I was just like, okay. It's like $200 something for it. And then there was the Robot Spirits for Anime GM Command Space Type. Someone on Mercari was selling that as well for like 80-ish. It's the same person I got my Act Saku from. And I was like, oh, that's cool. So I was like, oh, maybe I'll consider it if it's still around by the time after Christmas, but it died. It sold yesterday, like last night, so I'm like, oh, well, it's not the most interesting figure in the world. Like, I'd love to get one. I've always liked the GM Command, but I'm like, now this thing has the Colony type as well, and the guinea pig team version, which is just, it's basically the space type. Well, it's the guinea pig team version is the colony type in space type colors with a different shield. So it's like, I wouldn't mind getting the space type though, because that's my favorite version of it. And very, like, different backpack, very cool looking shield, stuff like that. These done? Yeah, I didn't collect these yet. Okay, that's almost done too. I'm going to need to put some of this stuff away. Actually, what am I doing? I can keep saying I can put this stuff away while I can replace it. To make room for the stone. The FNAF 2 movie came out pretty recently. I've heard some mixed things about it, but that's what happened to the last movie, so. I'm a fan of FNAF, don't get me wrong. But I'm not a big enough fan to be like, oh yeah, I'll go see the movie. It's like, it's cool. I like that it came out. It's kind of like the Minecraft movie where that thing, like, took forever to come out, but it's like, I think it's cool that that came out and we got a sequel. I wouldn't mind a third movie. I more find interest in watching like the videos about the movie than watching the movie itself. Okay, so I need let's see, 3 more stacks. 2.5. Maybe just a stack and a few blocks. Yeah, just about a stack and a few blocks. That should be good. That should be good. Like, I'm looking forward to the part 2 videos of the like behind the scenes tours. Basically, Daco and a few other YouTubers get invited to the they've been invited to the set a few times for this first and second film. The first video they put out is like non-spoiler stuff, and then the second video, which always comes out like a week after the movie does, includes like up close looks at like spoiler-esque stuff, and I'm like, I'd love to see I can't wait to see that, because there's a lot of cool props and stuff that apparently are in the movie that I would like to see up close. But we'll see how that goes. This one did. Let's see. What's going on here? Let's see, his first movie set video came out 9 days ago, so it should come out pretty soon. Nope, don't want to click on that. I have my audio on my phone muted so you can't hear it. Robots in here? Yeah, they are. That's cool. Someone put up for auction on eBay Pretender Optimus and Pretender Megatron for $65 plus $12 shipping bids. I'm like, oh, these are cool. I saw both of these at the collectible store I was talking about for $100 each, and I'm like, I would have maybe considered getting the Optimus because at least it had a new head sculpt for the inner robot. And also it's just a better figure than the Megatron one anyway, but I didn't get it. So yeah, apparently $100 is pretty good for that. I bet nobody's even watching this stream right now. Anybody here? Why can I not click on it? No. It's weird to look at my phone, seeing me mining cobblestone, and then also seeing it on my TV. That's weird. One interesting figure that I saw, like, I think I was going to talk about this, like, I remember earlier I was talking about if I got a 5th shelf I would have, like, a crossover shelf or whatever. Another one I would have would be, like, rare stuff. Like, not fun pub BotCon stuff, it would be like, oh, here's 3H BotCon stuff, here's Japanese items. If I get a European item or something, it'll go here too. Stuff like that. One thing that I saw that I didn't buy but would fall into this category was my local comic shop earlier this year, or maybe it was even last year, I forget, got in Movie the Best or Movie Advanced. I don't know, I hear both sometimes. Basically, Chikara's version of Age of Extinction. Dispensor. Which is a character based off of the Mountain Dew machine that turns into a robot because of the Allspark at the end, like near the end of the first Transformers movie. And fittingly enough, it was a repaint of a Movie 1 toy. Payload, I think. Not a very good figure, but that's a pretty funny figure because it's a very funny concept. But I never got it, and also it was $100 flipping. So I'm like, sure, it has a new head in comparison to the original mold, and it has a new weapon. But I'm like, $100 for this stupid gag? Like, I guess it's not an odd price for it. Like, they're kind of worth that much, I guess, on eBay. But it's like, I don't know. The reason I'm bringing this up is apparently Chris Jam, which is a guy who makes Transformers news videos, kind of. Like, he reports on leaks far before TFW posts about them, because it's like, obviously, TFW has to get a little more confirmation before they decide to post that. It's like, that's what they should do. Talking to you, T-formers. But apparently, maybe due to an interview or whatever, there may be a new Dispensor on the way, at least going off the thumbnail and the title. It's like, so they might be considering making a new one, which is kind of funny, because I'm like, how the heck would you do that? You're going to make a figure that transforms into a vending machine? Because the original Dispensor figure from Age of Extinction, or Movie Advanced, I'm going to say, sounds better than Movie the Best. Movie the Best sounds like a mistranslation. For Movie Advanced, and also I think their figures were like AD then 0 something, so it's like it's probably advanced. So it's like, where's I going with this? It's like that was a Payload was like a bank truck or whatever, or at least like a van style, like a truck with like a big compartment on the end. So it's like, So Dispensor was also that. It's just on the very top of the truck. It was painted to look like a vending machine. So it's like you could you like sit him in vehicle mode, where like the back end, like it's like flipped, or whatever. It's like it's on its back, well, not on its back, like the front of the truck is towards the sky, and it would look like a kind of look like a vending machine, kind of, if you ignored the truck on the top of it. So it was kind of funny, and it was also copyright free, so they called it Mood Whiplash as the logo instead of Mountain Dew. So, but it is in like that style font, so that's kind of funny. It's like I find that to be a hilarious figure, so I wouldn't mind getting that figure. But like, if they do make a new Dispensor someday, then maybe I would get the old one when the new one comes out, because that might reduce the price of the old one. Because I think I'd find the old one more charming, despite how bad of a figure it is. It's like, that would be a figure I wouldn't mind getting it for, like a rare shelf type thing. Like, not every rare figure has to be a good figure. Like, there's one figure, which I remember I was talking about like the day that my mom and I went up to the next town over. She decided earlier that morning to say heck it, and instead of, like, for Christmas I gave her a Google Doc. I did it with my dad too, which, speaking of which, my dad wanted to like, I typed the Google Doc on his computer that he rarely ever uses. And I did that. But then apparently this morning, he wanted to get onto the computer so he can start getting things. Or get a few more things. I don't know. That's what he said, but I don't know if he's even used it yet. But apparently his computer wouldn't turn on. So he asked me this morning, like, when I woke up to a text. It was like, I tried to log into my computer to get a few things, but I couldn't turn the computer on. So maybe try to turn the computer on yourself, and if not, and it doesn't work, then I don't know. Then I tried it, pressed the power button, didn't work. Tried to see if it was plugged in, it was. So I'm like, I have no flipping clue what the heck happened to this. It's an old computer. It's an old laptop, like old Dell laptop. So who knows what happened to that thing. It was working a few weeks ago. I don't know. It's not like it ever gets used. It just sits there. So, oh well. It's not like he uses it for work or anything, so it's fine. It's just, at least he hasn't in a while. So, not with his current job. So it's kind of unfortunate, but I'm like, oh, well, you could just download the Google Docs app, log into the Google account that computer was logged into, and then hypothetically it should be there, and you could just use it on your phone, I think. So it's not that big of a deal, I think. But yeah, but anyway, back to my mom. So I gave her a list. Basically, these lists are like, her list was like 10 items on it. There used to be a few more things, but I got rid of some things because I was like, well, now there's no good priced ones available. So I got rid of them. Like, the things I got rid of were like RID 2001 G-Axis, which is an orange repaint of Beast Machine's Deluxe Jetstorm. A figure I still want to get, even though I have Universe 2003 Skywarp, which is a repaint of the same mold, but I wouldn't mind getting that G-Axis as well. I did find another good listing for him, which also, it's about the same or so. Like, it's an expensive figure. But it came with a Universe 2003 Skywarp, so it'd be another copy of the figure I have, But the thing with the Skywarp copy I got, I didn't know it when I got it because I got it for dirt cheap on like Mercari with the missiles, which is like a big thing for me. I wanted to get it with the missiles. His transformation hinge is broken, so he can't like stay together if he's in jet mode. He can stay together through friction and be in robot mode, but in jet mode, like, he'll split in half. So it's like I can't really mess around with him if I ever wanted to. So that's another reason I want to get that G-axis, because I'll have a version of this mold I can actually transform if I want to. Anyway, so but there's a lot of him without missiles, but I have the missiles, and G-axis with his missiles, which is a big deal because most of them don't come with them for whatever reason. So I'm like, oh, that's perfect. Even though that means I'll just have a Skywarp, an extra Skywarp that can't transform lying around, and I'm like, what the heck do I do with the second copy of this? But I'm like, I wouldn't mind adding that. I never got around to adding it to her list. Because this happened before I got around to adding it again. The other thing I removed was Beast Wars Fox Kids Cheetor, or Transmetal Cheetor, which is a red and really dark green repaint and silver and black of Transmetal Cheetor. I thought that's a really cool repaint. But he's pretty rare and expensive, so I was like, basically my mom asked me to make the Google Doc like months in advance. So I was like, and the problem with doing that is there's the chance that the stuff that I add to the list, because I make the list so long in advance, isn't available by the time that she would get around to using it. So it's like, oh, I found one of those Cheetors for like $60. Same with the G-axis figure. I found one for like $60, complete. Like, it had its instructions, it had its missiles, it had its a packaging insert, like as complete as you could get without being in the box. But that sold eventually, and so did the Cheetor. So I'm like, oh, okay. So I'm like, okay, I guess I'll remove these. But anyway, basically, that morning, she told me, before we left, so I woke up earlier so I could get ready to leave to go to the other town. So she came to pick me up. She told me in the morning, have you seen any others of this figure? Because it's the only one I couldn't find. And I was like, have you been using your list? If you're asking me this, I assume so. And because of how she's the only one I couldn't find, told me she had literally bought everything on the list because she couldn't decide what to choose, even though she was only like that. This list is made so she could just choose a few things, so I can have some element of surprise. Like, I'll know what I'll be getting to a degree, but I don't know what she will choose, right? And she just decided, heck it, I'll buy all of them. And I'm like, I know you have the money for this, but now it's like I'll have zero surprise factor at all, which I guess is not unusual. That's how a lot of my Christmases have gone, but it's just, it also means zero disappointment factor either, because obviously some of the things on those lists I like more than others, but it's just like, it's really, it's just like, really, especially when I'm like, I don't know, like, I don't keep up with politics at all, but it's like, apparently cost of living isn't great right now, even though it's not, she's not that bad with money right now, but it's like, and then financial crisis may be coming, supposedly. The people have been talking about that for years, so I'm like, is it really a good idea to buy everything? But she did it anyway, and I eventually, after we, it was too late, she already did it, so I couldn't say, don't do that. So I decided, heck it, I guess I'll give you the last thing you couldn't find. So, because I guess that link I gave her was specific and not to what that item was. Because sometimes, like, if it's a very, like, on those documents, it's like, if it's a very specific thing, like, oh, it leads to this particular copy of it, then it's probably something you should prioritize over something that's a broad listing. Like, oh, this is for this item. Because it's like, if it's a very specific listing, like it's to this very specific one, that means I found a good price for it. And it wouldn't be an item I would consider giving them if it wasn't for this much. Like, I wouldn't advise buying it. But I was like, you know what? There's still one available for around the price. The item that I gave her that she couldn't find was the only one that she didn't buy initially because she couldn't, because the original listing was sold, was Transformers / G.I. Joe Stealth Bat, which was a repaint of Prime Soundwave as a Cobra Bat from G.I. Joe. Initially, when I wanted to add it to her list, I found a listing for them for 100 for 2 of them. 100 free shipping for 2 of them. And I was like, that's a great deal. Sure, I don't really need 2 of them, but bang with your buck, right? So, like, better bang with your buck. So I was like, I'd rather have her pay 100 for 2 instead of 100 for 1. But that one, even though that listing for 2 of them lasted for like 2 weeks, which I was surprised it lasted that long. Though, to be fair, it is a pretty niche figure. And also nowadays it's like it hasn't technically a knockoff going around as well, so like ABC Toys, who's making like the current like Transformers Prime knockoff figures, if you want to call them knockoffs, they're very high quality for being KOs. They're like improvements. They take the original Transformers Prime molds and they like either the first editions or the RID figures if the first edition isn't available or is better, and they improve it. So they re-release it, obviously without like faction logos and stuff, and then they might make improvements. So like Soundwave, for instance, from ABC Toys, is a slight remold modification of the RID one because he never got a first edition. And part of like the additions they made to it is you can give him like his tentacle arm things he has in the show, which is really cool because the original toy could never do that. An easy way to tell the difference for the Stealth Bat for the ABC Toys versus the original is the original has Cobra / Decepticon logos on the arms / the wings of the Predator drone. So like that's a way to tell the difference. Like I saw someone trying to sell the ABC Toys one, labeling it as the Timelines figure or whatever, and I'm just like, that's not what that is, because it's obviously the ABC Toys one because it has the arm, like the tentacle arm type things. What? I don't know if they're tentacles. What would they be? They're like makeshift hands on hoses, I guess. He used them to like type into keyboards because obviously he doesn't have human-sized hands, or use them to grab things or repair Laserbeak, that kind of thing. Pretty cool. Like ABC Toys has made some really cool knockoff figures. Like, oh, they made like I think they're coming out with a new Dreadwing from Prime, which is cool. It's a modification of the original Voyager mold, but way more screen accurate and better. They came out with a Jet Viacon. They made a accurate Jet Viacon General figure, which I'm like, that looks awesome. They're like the silver ones from the show. I'm calling it the General because that's what they call it in the toy line. But the one they made for the toy line was just pure silver, really, and gray. Didn't have any of the cool black accents to it or red bits. So it's like, yeah, the ABC Toys one is so much more screen accurate. It looks so good. It's the only one I've ever considered getting because I'm like, I've always liked the silver Jet Viacons. But they never made a good one, unfortunately. It's like if you're not like fussed about getting official stuff, the APC Toys and you're a big Transformers Prime fan, the APC Toys stuff is really good because they're just the original figures but improved. The only problem is you just don't get Autobot or Decepticon logos on it. And I think that's a big deal when it comes to Viacons because their logos would be underneath the clear part on their chest. Which was a big problem with like the ARMS Micron versions of those toys because it's like you'd have to unscrew the chest plate to get the clear part off to then place the Decepticon sticker underneath it. And that's what obviously you'd have to do with the APC Toys ones as well. So it's pretty strange. Anyway, so I gave her a listing to one of those. To one of the... So it's like 110 or something for just one, which I'm like, it's not as good of a deal as what I could have gotten, but at the same time, I didn't really need two. If I did get two, I would have been like, oh, here's one for the BotCon shelf, and the other one will go on a G.I. Joe shelf, I guess. Like that's what I would have done if I got both of them. If I got two instead of one. But now I just have one, and now I'm like, what do I do with it? Do I put it on a G.I. Joe shelf that I might make? That I'll probably make if I get a fifth shelf. Like he'll go with my 3 3/4 G.I. Joe figures and my 6-inch ones and stuff like that. Or what? Like, I don't know. Another big draw, because I don't have Prime Soundwave, unfortunately. I don't. The only 4 Prime toys I own are the Viacon, the Jet Viacon, Breakdown, and Knockout. That's it. I only have those 4. The 10th anniversary Breakdown and Jet Viacon, and the original RID Viacon and Knockout. Which are pretty nice figures. Like, yeah, Knockout is not as good as he could be, but at the same time, I don't even think ABC Toys has made a Knockout, because it's like you'd have to make a brand new figure if you want to make it really, really good. Because Knockout's design does not work for a toy at all. The only really accurate Knockout to his show model toy that's ever been made is the RED Robot Enhanced Design toy. And that's because it's just an action figure. And even then, it's like, it could have definitely painted it better. But mold-wise, that's about as good as you're gonna get. Without it being like masterpiece-esque, and even then, the shapes that would have to accomplish, I don't know how the heck they would do it. Like, he's just not a toyetic design at all. So I don't mind the Prime toy because I'm like, they did their best with the budget they had. Because it still looks like him, at least. It looks better, closer to... It looks more like him than the Legacy one does. So there's that. Let's see. When I get, when I fill up 2 double chests of stone, I'll continue to work on it. And then, depending on how much more I have to do, I'll either try to finish it, or I don't know, maybe I'll fill this up to like halfway. So 1.5, and then I'll place that stone in and end the stream, because I just don't think I have the time. Just shows how much work I put into this project. Oh yeah, I was gonna say why, like, besides for the fact it's like, oh, I don't know if I want any more Prime specific, like, I would love to get, like, first edition Optimus Prime, or, like, RID Soundwave. But it's like, those 4 that I have are perfectly good enough. If I got any more, I would feel like I would want to get like almost all of them, and I'm just like, I don't want to do that. Like, I kind of do, but not really. So I don't know. It's just I don't want to go down the slippery slope or whatever of Prime toys. So it's like, well, here's a good way to get a Prime toy without actually getting one. And it's one I've always wanted, which is Soundwave. And the nice thing about the Stealth Bat is it actually makes use of his light piping. The original Prime Soundwave toy was designed with light piping in mind, but they painted over its face, so it never made use of it. But of course the mold is still designed with that. So the repaint of the Stealth Bat does. So the red part for its face is clear, and you can shine a light through it to make it glow, and I'm like, that looks awesome. I don't know if the APC Toys version can do that, so I'm like, oh, I would get this. I'd love to get this. And then he would also go great with a Serpent OR if I ever got it. If I could ever find that thing for less than $300 flipping, even less than 200. I don't know if I'd want to pay a ton for it. Or he would still look great with a Viper if I can find one of those for cheap too, which I've seen them for cheap, but it's just like, I'd probably only get him if I found him in person, like at a comic shop or something. I don't know if I'd go out of my way to get him. And personally, I'd rather wait for them to repaint the upcoming Power Glide into that. I'd much rather have that, like with a new head. Basically, repaint Power Glide, give him a new head, and turn him into a Cobra Rattler. That's what it is. Like, that's an awesome figure, and I'm just like, and I always liked how that figure looked, but I haven't gotten around to getting it. So it's like, do I want to get the old one, or wait for a potential new one? Because it's not like that's not an option they could do. Power Glide has very few repaint options, and that's easily his coolest. So it would be weird if they didn't do it. I'm curious to see what that new Power Glide would look like. I'm trying to think, is it a Deluxe or a Voyager? Probably a Deluxe if I had to guess. Let's see. Transformers, Age of the Primes, 2026, not 5, 2026. Where is he on this? Deluxe Power Glide. Product number G2010. So G2010. And Swerve is G2011. So I'm guessing they're going to be in the same wave. Animated Ratchet is G2012, so I imagine those three will be in the same wave, which would be cool. I don't know if that's wave 2. It might be. Like, figures I'm most excited for next year that we know of. I swear there was a Prowl reissue, like a G1 Prowl, but I can't seem to find it. I've looked for it, but I'm like, I swear that was a thing. The new Sunstreaker is interesting. I'm really looking forward to Tailgate, because I'm not a fan of Tailgate because of the IDW comics. I'm a fan of Tailgate because he was one of the first Transformers I bought when I properly got into collecting. Basically, I think the first Transformer I got beyond like the one I had as a little kid was Power of the Prime's Punch Counter Punch. I got him off eBay because I was like, oh, that's a cool figure. And a really cool concept and a really cool design. Like, oh, I love this. And he's one of my favorite characters now. Even though he doesn't do much, but he's just such a cool idea. Of like, he has one car mode, one vehicle mode, but 2 robot modes. That's awesome. Because it's just like, oh, if he's my only Transformer I have for a little bit, it's like, oh, I have an Autobot and a Decepticon. It's just one person though, which is funny. And then around the time as well, the G1 reissues were coming out. So I got, just when visiting a store once, I got Tailgate. He was like $10 or something, which is a lot for that. It was like $5 maybe, but anyway, I bought him. thought he was really cool. Then pretty much for the next like rest of the year, every time we go to a store and if they had a new one, I was allowed to get one. So I have like most of those mini bot reissues they did. I don't have that many G1 figures. One of the few G1 figures I have is a G1 Punch Counter Punch as well. I bought one of those. Finally messed around with him earlier this year after he'd just been sitting around in car mode for years. And I was just like, this is such a fun figure for its age from 1987. I'm like, for something that's 38 years old, this is such a good figure. Like, it's so fun. I didn't get it with its weapons, unfortunately, but that would have increased its price by like double, so not complaining there. But it's such a fun figure. I recommend getting a G1 Punch Counter Punch if you can. There's, well, I personally like get the new one, get the Power of the Primes one if you can. But the G1 figure is really good for a G1 figure, I should say. It's pretty good for its time. It doesn't hold a candle to anything coming out today, but it's still pretty good. For like a few weeks there, it was just something that I picked up occasionally just transformed between all the modes because it's such a simple figure to mess with. I love it. So happy I have that. Yeah, so Tailgate. I'm a fan of him because he was the first G1 toy I ever got. Like proper G1 toy, I should say, not a G1 character, obviously. Because I guess technically Power of the Primes Punch Counter Punch is probably my first G1 proper Transformer. What a weird way to start, right? But those two characters being like some of my first Transformers have a place in my heart, so I love those. It's like I didn't even know like Tailgate was a popular character. I was just like, oh, he's just a cool looking little guy. And around the time it's like, oh, the Power of the Primes Tailgate was still available at on Hasbro Pulse, and I was like, along with the two robots that make up Battle Trap. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. I never got around to getting them though. They were sold out. Like I kept putting them off, even though I kept looking at them. Like, oh, I might want to get these. I didn't get them. I eventually got Battle Trap, but I had to pay like $50 for him instead of like the 16 or something he would have been, excluding shipping. And then what else? I never got Power of the Primes Tailgate because I was like, he's not much bigger than the G1 one, so I might as well wait for them to make a new one. And they're now going to do it. I don't know how I feel about how because he's gonna be a remold of Windcharger, and I'm not sure how I feel about that because like the new Windcharger doesn't really have a head. He has a face in a box. It's pretty much just a plate with a face on it, and it can move up and down. So I'm like, that. I guess the box can move, but it just looks weird. I'm like, I wish he had a proper head because like that's what the Power of the Primes one looked like. Oh well. But I'm still excited to see how that figure turns out. Swerve, like it's not like I'm not aware of IDW's like interpretations of Swerve and Tailgate. And I'm like, I like those two characters, like two versions of them. So it's like I might consider getting Swerve. I might, just because I do like his character, but let's see. Let's go back to the listings. Now that I know that Armada Sideways can do the head swapping faction gimmick, I'm like, oh, that's really cool. And he does look cool. So I'm like, I might consider him. Not really a big Armada guy, but I always did like Sideways. Though his original toy was never really good. So it's like, I might actually get that. Or I might wait for Energon Rapid Run if they ever do it. Sideways is the better of the two, but If I wanted to be funny, I would maybe wait for Rapid Run if they ever did it, because it's not like that mold has any other repaint options. It doesn't. Rapid Run is the only one, the only other choice, so be kind of funny if they did it. Let's see here. Prime Smokescreen is interesting. That's apparently a figure we're getting at Deluxe Class. As G2008, so he's going to come out before, at least originally, I don't know. They probably moved some things around, obviously. So he might be pushed back to Wave 2, and one of these figures might be pushed back to Wave 3 for all I know. I don't know. But Animated Ratchet is interesting. I don't really know what they would repaint him into. Because obviously it's going to be Earth Mode Animated Ratchet, so like, unless you want to make an Earth Mode Auto Trooper from Animated, I don't know what you would do. So I'll be curious if they ever repaint that. Or an Earth Mode Ironhide, but they would have given him a unique design if they ever did that, so I don't know. Let's see here. Joyride is interesting. Probably going to be a repaint of Sure Shot if I had to guess. I like the colors. I don't know though. He's a Power Master, which is interesting because like that's the first Power Master we've gotten since Titan's Return. So, well, Autobot Power Master anyway. We've gotten Decepticon ones since then. We got Dreadwind and Darkwing, and Primes, and then we got Double Dealer in Earthrise. We never got Buster and Hydra, which are the repaints of Dreadwind and Darkwing. We never got those. Pretty much just change the purple and blue bits to like red, or just the tealish blue colors. Change that to red, you're done. Maybe make the white brighter. That's about it. It's like, it's not very, like, it's not very different. So I can see why they didn't do it, but those, I do like those color schemes, despite how very little they are. Like, how very little difference they have. I think they're kind of neat. And they do show up in the show. At least, well, it's like Dreadwind and Darkwing never showed up in G1 because G1 as a series was over by then. And that's another problem with bringing back G1 as a TV series past like Rebirth, because it's like the whole point of these shows, and the reason it'll never happen, is because you're going to sell stuff. You want to sell figures. So if they brought back, like, if they continued the original G1 series as a proper Season 4, they would have to make new figures of all the characters that were going to appear in that season. So I don't see that happening. Let's see here. Anything else? Fangry's interesting. I already have him, but I'm curious to see what they change about it from the original 4-pack release. Armada Megatron is weird, because I said like, oh, Armada Galvatron's showing up at Ross for like $10 right now. I don't know why I never saw. I don't know if Armada Megatron showed up at Ross like previously. He may have, but like both those figures didn't sell too well, so it's like, why would you re-release him? The only saving grace they could have from this is it's not Armada Galvatron or Megatron. It's instead like Mega Zarak or whatever, because that's the last repaint that mold has. But that would be really flipping weird to sell at mass retail. Unicron Soldier for later class is weird. There's a bunch of other cool things that, like, apparently are happening, but... Anyway, it's like I like Tailgate. Maybe consider Swerve. Maybe consider Sideways. And then I like Powerglide, but more in terms of his repaint option into Viper than actual Powerglide. I don't care about Powerglide at all. I'm more excited about just the fact that that new mold will exist and might get a really cool repaint in the future. I guess they could also repaint him into that that other repaint he got in Universe. What was it? It's a Decepticon repaint based off of Micromaster, I believe. I don't remember, but that's a cool color scheme. But I'd rather have Viper. Viper would be a cooler figure, I think. And also, I don't think they've ever... I don't think they've done a repaint of a deluxe figure, or even Ultra, I guess. He was an Ultra class in Universe, into a Micromaster since like 2008. So I don't see them doing that again. I found a really cool channel recently called Republic Armory. It's like a series going in depth into all the weapons of the Grand Army of the Republic from Star Wars. His latest video was the V19 Torrent, and that was from 5 days ago. He posted a a community post yesterday. It's like, which vehicle do you trust in the first hours of combat, the ATTE or the TX-130? And I'm just like, that's really cool. I'm like, is this his way to try to figure out which video he should make next, I wonder? Kind of curious. Like, he's made videos on V19, the ATRT, the LAAT, and the Bark Speeder. And then the Westar M5, which is the ARC Trooper gun. That barely has any lore around it. From, like, the old expanded universe. Like, the gun that would come with, like, the Legacy Collection ARC Troopers, stuff like that. The DC-17, which is Captain Rex pistol. DC-17M, which is the weapon of the Clone Commando. The RPS-6, which is the rocket launcher seen used by clones in Star Wars: Clone Wars. The Z6 Rotary Blaster, the minigun. The DC-12, which is the weapon used by the clone Scuba Troopers in Star Wars: The Clone Wars, and the DC-15. So, a lot of cool videos. Like, they're really good. I recommend watching them if you haven't. Assuming his channel still exists whenever the heck you watch this. For all I know, it might not. How many... Because I don't know how far in the future you're watching this. Okay, I still need to get more. Did I grab all of it? Yeah, I did. Let's see here. Yeah, Pokemon ZA Mega Dimension DLC came out the other day. Haven't really watched any videos on it besides for what all the new Mega Evolutions look like. That's about it. I'll probably watch a Tyranitar Tube playthrough of that later. Been watching that guy for many years. Since his randomizer videos for a Mega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. I don't remember when that was, but I've been watching him for a long time now. Let's see. I don't really know what else to talk about. I guess I'll talk about a community post I made yesterday. I scheduled a community post for 5 months from now, a little over, for E3 2001. On May 17th, E3 from 2001, which for those who don't know, I don't know how you wouldn't know this, but I guess E3 no longer exists, so maybe it's not relevant enough to talk about anymore. Electronic Entertainment Expo. It used to be the big gaming event until what's going to start in 9 minutes, which is the, that's funny, I'm talking about this now, the Game Awards. The Game Awards took the place of E3, kind of. Except it happens late in the year, and it's not really an event like that most people can go to. It's not really an expo type thing like E3 was. Basically, I made this community post, besides the fact E3 from 2001 is very important, because it was the first and last for a lot of things. So like, E3 2001 was the first time Nintendo showed off the GameCube, at least in the United States. They showed off colors, pricing, some games like Super Smash Bros. Melee, stuff like that. E3 2001 was also the final year Sega attended as a hardware manufacturer. So the first image on the community post is 4 big banners, which is GameCube, Dreamcast, Xbox, and PlayStation 2. The last time you'd probably ever, the first and only time you'd ever see those 4 things next to each other, because Dreamcast was like on its deathbed. I'm surprised they even bothered to market it that much at E3 when I don't even think they were manufacturing the system anymore by the time this happened. So it's kind of interesting in that case, but still pretty cool to see, like, this was the last major event Sega attended as a hardware manufacturer. Sega was probably in the process of becoming a software developer instead around this time. Sony revealed, like, the PlayStation 2 came out the previous year, but Sony revealed Metal Gear Solid 2, Devil May Cry, and Final Fantasy X, among other things. But those are major titles. And then this was the first E3 that Microsoft attended with the Xbox. I think they showed up at the previous E3 to talk about the Xbox, to say like, oh, we're making a console, but they didn't show it off. And then it was showed off at CES, Consumer Electronics Show, earlier in 2001. So, and this is the first time they actually had it available to play, I think. I don't know if they ever had it publicly playable at CES. And obviously more people went to probably E3 than CES anyway. The reason I made this in the first place, last night I was listening to Anma, which is a podcast made by Jeff Ramsey and Gus Rolla and some other guy, I forget his name, which are 2 of the founding members of Rooster Teeth and one of their friends. And they talked about how, like, Gus and Jeff went to E3 2001 with the other future founding members of Rooster Teeth for their like website, Drunk Gamers, and they played Halo at the demo kiosk that was there. And part of that demo kiosk, there was like a camera that would take pictures of people playing the game for the first time, and those pictures were later published to Bungie.net, I think, or at least it eventually became Bungie.net because the name on the image it's Bungie Sightings BS, which is Bungie Sightings, I imagine, .bungie.org. So like, I don't know if these were, if it's Bungie.org then Bungie.net, but whatever. I imagine it eventually became Bungie.net if it wasn't related in some way. One of those pictures that was published on Bungie.net of people playing the game was of those two, along with other founding member of Rooster Teeth, Matt. Those three people would later go on, of course, when Rooster Teeth became a thing, to play the members of Red Team, Sarge, Griff, and Simmons. So it's really funny to see a picture of those three who became major figures in the Halo community playing it for the first time in a photo. Like, if they didn't go to E3 and play it at the event, and their picture wasn't taken because of that's how it was set up, they probably would have played it for the first time at home, and no one would have ever taken a picture of that. So that's so interesting to see. Like, so that's the main reason I made the post, but just because of how cool of a bit of trivia that is. So I thought that was really cool. So I made the post because I was like, oh yeah, and I found that picture on Reddit. I'm sure I could have gone through Bungie.net and found the photo eventually, because that flipping message board has been running for, well, one, it's run by Bungie themselves, and two, it will exist as long as Bungie does, which, I guess, who knows how long Bungie will flipping last. Like, they're not doing too great, but if you want to see what Bungie's up to nowadays, watch, what's his name? Tom Christie, I think is his name. His videos on Skeletor something Bungie, like, they're so good. They're so funny. It's like, so every time he releases one of those videos, it's guaranteed laughs from me. It's so good. So stupid. Like, it brings up, like, just the amount of dumb stuff that that company does in terms of how it's run. Like how much of a mess it is, and then he just sprinkles in some other random things. Like, I think one of the videos he was like, oh yeah, he just casually dropped that this musician or something, or someone, like, killed, like, his underage ex-girlfriend, or underage girlfriend or something, and left her corpse in, like, I shouldn't be laughing about this, but, like, left her body in, like, his trunk, and I'm just like, it was found, and, like, you know they know whose car this is, right? You could find that pretty easily. Oh well, I just looked it up in the news. I'm like, yep, this happened 2 weeks ago. So I was like, I did not hear about this. I guess I don't keep up with the news, obviously, especially news like that, because it's just, that's such a localized thing. So, though, to be fair, usually LA-related news does make it countrywide, if not worldwide, sometimes. So, because everybody cares about the people that live around there, I guess. But yeah, it's just so funny, just the casual dropping of, like, such dark or stupid moments. It's so funny. I love that kind of humor. Anyway, let's see. Put these down here, because obviously I'm going to be putting stone up there. Another funny story I heard on Well, what actually led me to that podcast was I watched or rewatched because I feel like I've actually seen it before. Was a Rooster Teeth animated adventure of which is a series that they did for a very long time, where they would animate like a podcast story, like a story they would tell on the podcast. So like they went over basically Rooster Teeth was started by a bunch of guys who used to work together at like a call center or whatever. Like a bunch of co-workers. They all eventually left once that took off for the call center or whatever. While they're still working at the call center, they made like Drunk Gamers, which is the website that used to the whole point of it was like to review video games or websites, or other people's websites drunk, which is a funny twist, especially for back then, in like 2000 or 99 or so. Let's see. But they talked about how one guy hired himself, which was really funny. Like, basically, the call center they worked at had a high, what's the word? Like a high, like leave rate. Like, people would come in, work for a few weeks, and then leave to go to another job or whatever. So oftentimes people would come in like at such random times or to get the job or whatever that they sometimes wouldn't have their all their information ready or whatever. So one time one guy came in and said, "Oh, I'm here for the training," and it's like we don't it's like we don't have you on record, but okay, we'll get you. That's probably normal, so we'll get you started or whatever. So they trained this guy how to take calls and stuff, and then the next time they needed to do payroll, Bernie, who is the future proper founder of Rooster Teeth, was in charge of payroll, and he was like, "Well, who is this guy? We don't have his details." So they had to put his details in so they could pay him for the work that he'd been doing. Fast forward, so making him officially properly hired, because now he's actually on payroll. Fast forward a few months, he later tells Jeff and Gus, "Oh yeah, I just walked in and said that I was here for the training. I wasn't actually interviewed and properly hired." So he hired himself, which is hilarious. And apparently he got promoted that way as well. Like he promoted himself somehow too. And the funniest twist of it all is that guy who just casually walked into the call center, said, "Oh, I'm here for the training," and nobody batted an eye, and he practically hired himself, especially when he was added to the payroll a few weeks later. Just gave himself a job. That guy turned out to be the guy that would later voice Donut in Red vs. Blue. So the fourth member of Red Team. Well, besides, I think technically, what's his name? Why am I forgetting his name? The robot. Why am I forgetting his name? Spanish, Lopez. How did I forget that? How? I don't know. I've watched the show so many times. Anyway, I think Lopez was in the series before him, technically, because Donut showed up in like episode 2 or episode 3. But yeah, so I thought that was hilarious. So it's like, oh yeah, that's how he met those guys, because he hired himself, which is hilarious to think about. Because it's like, it does make, like, I did bring it up to my dad last night. He's like, it does make sense that could work, though, because it's like, who the heck wants to work that type of job, right? So they wouldn't expect someone to try to hire themselves for a call center cubicle style job. So that was pretty funny. ESPN 3? Guess that's a like a subsidiary channel or whatever to ESPN proper. I guess has been shut down. Lasted for 20 years. Who owns ESPN? Okay, I guess ESPN's still owned by the Walt Disney Company. They hold 80% stake in the company. Okay. With Hearst Communications owning 20%. Via ABC, yeah, because they bought ABC. That's right. So technically ABC owns 80% stake in ESPN. However, Walt Disney owns owns ABC. Apparently, I didn't know that. Just shows how much stuff Disney owns. My God, and they've owned probably both of those for like the last 20 plus years, as long as I've been alive. So crazy. Like, Disney owns so much. Like, it's ridiculous. It's like, let other people own things in the industry, please. I've talked about this many times, but it's like, it's kind of funny. Like, a lot of the stuff that I like when it comes to Disney is stuff they didn't even make / own originally. Like, I like Star Wars. Not much of the new stuff. I do like new Star Wars stuff to a degree. Like, I like some of the games they come out with. I like Star Wars Rebels. I like Bad Batch. I like Andor. I like Rogue One as a movie. Like, that's the only... I didn't mind Solo, I guess. But it's like, most of the stuff they come out with is just not anything I'm really that interested in. Like, I like Mandalorian, don't get me wrong, I do. But, Season 3 is horribly mishandled, and I don't even really care to watch the movie, because I'm just like, this shouldn't have been made as a movie. This should have been, like, a Disney Plus special, not a movie. This thing doesn't need to go to theaters, but they're going to put it to theaters anyway. Like, I felt like they've milked The Mandalorian too much. Like, make other good shows, please. They're like a one-trick pony. It's like, it's Mandalorian or nothing. Everything has to be connected to that show. It's just like, was meant to be a spin-off-esque series, and I guess it still is, but it's connected to a lot more of the important things. Far more than it was probably originally intended to, so it's very strange. Like, Season 1 was a nice self-contained story, and then Season 2 is like, with like slight connections to previous things, but they're all like Mandalorian related, of course, which makes sense for the most part. But like, but then the Season 2 is just like, here's Cameo Fest. We have this guest character this episode. It's like, okay. Then Season 3 is just, I have no idea what the heck they did with that. I didn't hate it. I didn't mind it at all. I thought it was good. It's just like, the fact that something that should have happened in Season 3 happened in Book of Boba Fett instead is weird to me. It's like they didn't trust Book of Boba Fett to be good, so they shoved Mandalorian in it, and he pretty much became the main character, like, halfway through. And it's like, what the heck did you do to Boba Fett? why? If you made this a movie instead of a stupid TV show, you wouldn't have had to shove him in here. They didn't even have to do it in the first place, so I don't know what they were doing with that. So, like, there's a lot of problems. Is this stuff done yet? Yes, it is. That stuff's almost done. Like, I'm still waiting for Battlefront 3. Yeah, it's like, to me, Star Wars is like two completely different universes. Like, you have everything from before Disney, so like original Star Wars, and then you have Disney Star Wars, which is like, still most of that stuff's there, but it's just different. And I'm like, yeah, like, sure, the original expanded universe really isn't getting added to anymore. The only thing that's adding to it at all would be the Old Republic MMO, but that's about it. It's kind of crazy that that game's been getting added to for 13, 14 years now. It's crazy. I need to get more food. Yeah, I don't really have any more food. Let's see if there's any melons. It was kind of funny because, like, I initially got into Star Wars lore proper, like, back when, like, 2014 or 13 or so, when, like, everybody was starting to make lore content. Because Disney Star Wars was so new at the time, everything I heard and stuff was, of course, old EU stuff that didn't apply anymore, but they didn't know that at the time, really. Most of them didn't, anyway. Or it just didn't matter to them. So it's like, I remember watching either Lore Masters or, let's see, I'm sure this video still exists. All Stormtrooper types. We have, yeah, the Lore Master 9 years ago. All Stormtrooper types and variants, complete set 9 years ago. This was from 2016, so I guess it was actually not more recent than I remembered. I guess, yeah, it was around 2016 or so that, like, 2015, 2016 is when, like, Star Wars lore YouTube picked up. And I remember watching that a lot, and I'm just like, oh, this is really cool stuff. Like, it was super cool to learn all this stuff. Even though it's, like, in reality, a lot of this stuff was stuff that didn't matter anymore, but it was fun, and that's what I love about the old EU anyway. It's so in-depth and stuff. One, because they were making super in-depth content and stuff in the EU, which is not really something they do anymore. But also, it's like, obviously, there's far more years put into the EU. Like, I get why Disney did it. I completely understand it. I would 100% agree, even with the decision. Because it's like, you're a new owner, you want to tell new stories, you want to do things your way, right? So, and there's all this stuff that contradicts itself over and over again, because there's decades of stuff adding to this. So it's like I completely understand, because if they didn't do that, well, they would probably have to, like, sure, George Lucas rarely paid attention to the books either, but it's like they probably would have felt more obligated. Well, even now, they even with that, they barely do that. It's like the expanded universe, even still, is very much like, we'll make references to it, but we're not going to hold this as like gospel. We're not going to like cross-reference it for everything, so we don't contradict anything. Like Lucasfilm never did that before Disney bought them, and they still don't do it now. So it's like a good example of this would be Jet Troopers for the First Order. The First Order had Jet Troopers in the comics and in Battlefront 2 before they showed up in the movies. And the movies completely ignored those two things and made the characters act like they've never seen Jet Troopers before. Like, ever. Never even heard of them. Which is the dumbest thing in the world, because it's like, Jet Troopers have existed in the TV shows as well. And those are those are things you need to take into account more than the books, I guess. Like, the books are far less important in terms of tiers of canon than the TV shows are. And yet Jet Troopers have existed in the TV shows, both Clone Wars and Rebels, for over like 10 years or 5 years at that point. Like, over a half a decade, if not a decade or more by then. So it's like, that is such a weird thing to ignore. But there's a lot of problems with the movie that's from, which is The Rise of Skywalker, so one big problem. So like that just shows you they never, like, they even ignored the TV shows in that instance, which I'm just like, I feel like that's just more weird oversight instead of a blatant just we don't care about it. Whereas like the comics, like, yeah, you can ignore those. Like, they're neat to reference and stuff like that, but it's like there's so much comic stuff that until basically the comic books are, and books in general are, until said otherwise, you can consider these canonical until we want to do something else. That's basically what the books are. But but ignoring the TV shows is something you're not, I don't think you should be allowed to do. That's always been the case for, like, Star Wars, even under George Lucas. It's like, you have the movies first, then the TV shows, even though they're very close in terms of tiers with the movies, and then comics and books below those. Comics and books are stuff you can reference, but you are allowed to, like, contradict those events if you want to. Or you could hold to them if you want to. It doesn't matter. What the heck? Are these guys what the heck are these guys talking about? My brother sent a weird emoji face. Are they my emoji faces? I don't know. Like, really weirdly realistic looking faces. And I'm just like, I always find those off-putting and strange. I don't even know if my dad could see that, because my dad has an Android, not an Apple phone. So I'm like, I don't even think that image, he can see it. Only I can see that disturbing face. So, just off-putting face. So it's just like, I don't know. My brother's asking my dad to pick up Chick-fil-A on his way back from work. Which I wouldn't mind. But, it's just, see. Another, speaking of like all stormtroopers, all types of variants, another weird thing with Rise of Skywalker is they made a video with Wired, like I think they're a magazine, aren't they? Something. Every stormtrooper in Star Wars explained by Lucasfilm. Apparently, this is a video they made to like go along with the Rise of Skywalker's release. And yet, they say every. But they ignored, like, they forgot to include certain ones, like I would say I don't think they include the TV shows, but they include the movies only. But even within the movies alone, they still skipped a few. Like, the AT-ACT driver is not in there at all. And then, like, there was some other weird things that just like no one's referred to these like this for years. In that video, they called the 501st Trooper the Special Ops Clone Trooper or whatever, and I'm just like, this name has not been used for these characters since merchandise from 2005. That is the only time I'm aware of that 501st Troopers have ever been called that, because that was probably their production name before they settled on giving the Legion a name, naming it after the charity organization, which already existed before then. So they may have been called that in the script, and of course they must have been called that in internal names, because obviously the first Hasbro action figure of the 501st Trooper on single card was called that. But they've never been called that again. Ever, to my knowledge at least. So it's really weird for someone from Wired to call it that. Because, like, obviously, whoever flipping made this, whoever, like, wrote this script or whatever, was probably not a Star Wars fan. I would guess. And it's just like, who sent them a document and just included that name instead? Because nobody ever has called them that for 14 years or so by the time that video was made. It was so weird. And there were some other things, like, let's see if I can go through it. Let's go through this mess of a video. Because not only am I a bigger nerd than the people that made this list, because I knew about stormtroopers and clone troopers that they should have included. Well, no, I didn't want to click all types of variants video. I wanted to click the Wired video. Speaking of which, do I have the types and variants video in my playlist one? I should. Yes, I do. Okay. Where is it? And also they include Royal Guards as well, which is just like, I don't include those in my Stormtrooper list. And there was other weird ones, like the only new trooper they could really include in this from Rise of Skywalker without like spoiling the movie would be like Stormtrooper with like electroprod for like that one scene where they capture Chewbacca or whatever. I'm like, that's not a different Stormtrooper type. He's just using a different weapon. That's not significantly different enough to count as something different. So I just thought that was weird. I was like, that's not a different Stormtrooper. That is a regular First Order Stormtrooper. With just a different thing in his hand. If a clone trooper picked up a rocket launcher, I wouldn't call him a rocket launcher clone trooper. I would just call him a clone trooper who has a different weapon in his hand. He doesn't become a different type of trooper because he's holding something different. Let's see. I'm watching this video with subtitles on without any audio. It's like, they include... Let's see, they include the standard Stormtrooper, the Sand Trooper. They even included the Space Trooper, which I'm just like, okay, so they included some obscure picks, but not other obscure picks, which I was just like, why? if they didn't skip any, then it makes sense because it's supposed to be all, but apparently they don't know what the definition of all is, so they skipped one or two that I feel like should have been in there. But they include the Space Trooper, which is the guys that are outside the docking bay when the Millennium Falcon is brought in by tractor beam. Like that, it's those guys. they have like oxygen packs on their back. It's one of the most obscure characters, and they go over. It's like, oh yeah, it was just one costume. It was this one. It's like the costume designer. he wore the suit for that scene, and then they just doubled the footage, so it looked like two guys. They included the TIE pilot. Then they called the AT-AT driver the AT-AT pilot or AT-AT pilot, and I'm like, all merchandise and most material calls them drivers because they're not piloting something. They're driving a vehicle because it's on the ground. So I thought that was weird. Get the snow troopers, though I don't know what they called them. They probably could have called them like stormtrooper cold weather gear, because that's like the original Kenner toy name. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what they called it in this video. Royal Guard, Scout Trooper. Then they get to Phase 1 clones. And I think they just include all 5 types within this. I don't know if they single out the pilot. I don't think they do. I think they just ignore it. Because I'm like, if you're including TIE pilot, you might as well include clone pilots as well. Yeah, it's like they go over... Yeah, they just lump all the Phase 1s together. Like, they go over each of them. Like, in one thing where it's like, oh, like, red is captain, yellow is commander, pilot, sergeant, lieutenant. Like, they go over them all. And then they go straight to Phase 2 instead. It's like, yeah, to be fair, there's a lot more stuff to talk about the Phase 2 ones anyway. Yeah, they dedicate a decent amount to just the Episode 3 clones, which makes sense. There's so much to talk about there. But it was kind of funny. Because it's just like, you have every stormtrooper, and obviously they're only... That should be with an asterisk, because there's no... This is not every stormtrooper. You're including stuff from the movies only. And some of this stuff we even call a stormtrooper. I'm surprised they didn't include like the Death Star troopers or the Death Star gunners in this if they included the Royal Guard. Yeah, so they talk about the regular Phase 2, then the clone pilot. I'm trying to think which one they skipped. They included the BARC Trooper, the Biker Advanced Recon Commando Trooper, AT-RT Driver, yeah, I get that. I remember they skipped a clone specifically. Like, I'm trying to think which one they skipped. Elite Corps Clone Troopers, the Scout Troopers, the Sheik Scouts. Those make sense to be included. They're very different in design. I forget which one they skipped. It was something ridiculous, I feel like. Okay, Galactic Marines, yes, include that. Yeah, then we get to 501st. So they didn't just call them Special Ops Troopers, I guess. They called them 501st Special Ops. I'm just like, just call them 501st Troopers. Like, at least it wasn't just just Special Ops Trooper, because like that would have been very weird. But when I watched this video originally back when it came out, it's gonna be 6 years old in 2 days. It came out on December 13th, 2019. When I watched this when it came out, I was like, they called it the Special Ops Trooper in this? Really? Because I'm like, nobody has said those words outside of talking about maybe the one action figure for 14 years. So I thought that was very funny. It's almost like a scenario of like in the Clone Wars behind the scenes featurettes. When we're talking about in the Camino episode documentary, like making of, they talk about, it's like people are like, oh, don't we hope you don't introduce the the Phase 2 style helmets soon, because we just got done making the costumes for the Phase 1 ones. Like, talk about the 501st like charity organization and they're awesome cosplayers. And like, and Dave Filoni was like, well, we're working on the Type 3 helmet right now. The Type 3 suit right now. He calls it Type 3, which I'm just like, is that the internal name for Phase 2? Because I'm guessing it's like, oh, the Tactical Clone Troopers he might refer to as Type 2. So I'm like, that's a little strange, but I guess it makes sense that would be the internal name. So I just thought that was funny. Okay, so they talk about the 501st Trooper and the Shock Trooper. If I remember correctly, they don't talk about the 327th. Which I'm like, I get it, they're not that important to the movie, but I don't even know if they talk about 212th either. Yeah, Airborne Trooper. What happened? Why is my screen black? Did it like swap HDMI signals? Go back. What the heck happened? I could hear the audio. Go. Hello? Why did my screen go black? What does my screen look like on stream? That's not good. It's really not good. Yeah, it still sees it. Still sees it. It's really not good. Why is it not? My screen says it's black with no signal on my end. Obviously the thing's still on. What happened? What the heck just happened? Well, I've gone to the PlayStation menu, so the screen on the stream it should be black now. Or no, it's blue. What happened? I have no idea. Oh well, I guess I'll end the stream now. This is not how I wanted this to end. I guess I'll try to turn the PS4 off. Okay. It's so weird. What? This has never happened before. Go to a different thing. Why am I still hearing the PlayStation? I shouldn't be on the PlayStation. What the heck happened? My god. Okay. How am I supposed to navigate the menu if I can't see it? I think I'll just turn the PS4 off. This might not be good, but I have no other choice. So, I guess, goodbye. If I can turn it off.